Not quite. I was a little bit early. I had to still click it.
God dang it! My perfect
Okay, now we are live.
perfect entrance.
Okay.
Hello,
Okay.
hello,
Welcome everybody.
Hello.
To
hello.
session 0 of Dreamwalker, which is the campaign that these four chose. I gave them some options and they picked Dreamwalker, and I'm very happy they did because it'll be a lot of fun. So, first things first,
Heck yeah.
I will introduce our cast for the day. And for the entire campaign. I don't know why I said day. So from left
See you guys.
to right, so that everybody can be aware of who's who. On the left is Letty, Letifer
Oh,
VT.
hi. Hello.
And
I'm
then
excited to be here.
to the right of Letty is Lolo Bones. And to the right of Lolo is Boomy.
Hello.
And then to the right of Boomy is Cat Planetshine. And to answer your question, Sarah, lots of people want to play D&D, as it turns out. Low Bones.
Low.
Low.
How low can
Lola.
go go?
Oh.
So, all of the all of the streamers, all of the people in this call today and in this campaign are all streamers. So I have commands in the chat now. Exclamation mark their name, and it will give you links to their Twitters and their Twitch streams. I'll be doing that at the end of every stream just to shout them all out. But if you want to find them in the middle, it'll be, here's an example: exclamation mark Boomy. There you go.
Aww.
So exclamation mark Boomy, and actually I'll do all of them right now, just so that you know how all their names are spelled. Exclamation mark Letty.
Lolo.
And
Oh,
exclamation mark Cat. There. So those are all their links. So find them all there. They're all excellent streamers and very entertaining to watch. I have watched all of them myself.
Aww.
And some of you who, some of you who've been around here, on my channel have seen me raid some of them when they're online. And so now kids, settle down. No arguing in the chat. Students. So tonight will be our balcony. You can't type things like that. It gets held for aggression in my chat. You have to add in Minecraft or it will flag it for aggression.
In Minecraft.
Alrighty, so now let's get a comfy fireplace in the background here.
Woo!
So,
excited.
For those of you who are new to the channel, as we certainly have some people here, welcome. First of all, welcome to the Star of Lorien, to the realm of Grand Lorien. And for those who are not really aware of what this is, I mostly play D&D on this channel, D&D 5e. I don't know. Am I quiet for anybody else? I can turn people up. I can adjust volume, so just let me know. Could be just a sour thing. So, Grand Lorien, on as the channel is named, is the living world that all of my D&D campaigns take place in. And a living world basically means that all of the campaigns have a persistent continuity between them. They all take place along a timeline and within the same active world, basically like an MMO for D&D. And so consequences of one campaign or actions that the party take can affect other future campaigns. We can have reoccurring characters, all sorts of things like that, crossovers. And so that's what we do here, and it will be a good time. For those who are not aware, we have a system here that you can use your channel points for, your gold pieces, sorry.
Ooh.
And you can use those to... Hang on now, sorry. It's a little early for that. They haven't even made characters yet. You can't gift character inspiration.
Oh my god,
guys-
why are they so rich?
You guys are wasting. You guys are wasting
9,000.
these. You're wasting these. I hope you know you're wasting these.
Damn. We just
God
flexed on us
damn.
without all their points.
The whales are trying to
Oh.
flex. That's all it is.
Flex. Damn, 9,000.
Yes, so you
Color
can
me
gift
impressed.
inspiration to a player, or to me. Now, be aware, if you give it to me, I am most likely going to use it for nefarious purposes.
Oh,
Damn.
I am the DM, so if you're giving me
Magic.
inspiration, it will probably be used on behalf of the enemies that they're fighting.
It just makes it better.
And so you can also gift it to the players. Now, people can't have more than 1 point of inspiration. It's just it's a binary thing. You either have or you don't. So if you're gifting it to someone who already has it, I will let you know. But I can't refund your channel points, so you're just pay attention.
Beautiful.
We're still working on the system. I might have some changes in the future. It's just kind of in its beta phase, so we're messing around with it just for fun. All right, so to begin, as we start our session 0, I've already chatted with them a little bit about basic bookkeeping things and what we're going to do on the stream, but for all intents and purposes, we're going to start off by kind of talking a little bit about characters, as well as the campaign itself, and letting them kind of get introduced a little bit to the living world of Grand Lorien. And then, once we kind of work through some character stuff, how to make characters in general as well, and all of the lore ties that Grand Lorien has to certain races and classes and stuff like that. And once they have a decent idea of what kind of characters they want to play and what kind of classes they are and the general party layout, then we'll do a little bit of a messing around with Roll20 just so that they know how it works. And then after that, we'll do anything else that we haven't talked about. We'll do sort of a D&D 101. For some of the people who are rather new here, who haven't played much D&D or any at all, it'll be just kind of a run through on the most basic concepts and everything you kind of need to know as a jumping off point, as this is a campaign designed to be for beginners. It's beginner friendly. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it is designed so that if you're unfamiliar with D&D, you'll be able to get right in there. So welcome to all of our first time chatters. Welcome to everybody who's followed. Welcome to anyone who's in the chat in general. Thank you to all the people who followed. We had a few gift subs in there, which is very nice. So thank you for all of that. They went by really quick. I think there was 5 from somebody. I apologize. I was focusing on a bunch of things. I missed them. I'll try to go back later though. So. Okay, I will not write that down, Sour. So just yell at me about that later, and we'll make it happen. So, to begin, let's move over to the skeleton initiative. Hey, listen. Do you know how many notes I have, Sour? Because I don't. It's something like 700 and something.
Whoa.
Actually, it's probably more than that. So the 700 number was, I think, like several months ago.
That's amazing, honestly.
So, to begin, D&D itself, if you're not aware, is a D20 based system. And so, that means that most of the rolls that you make will be with that 20-sided dice, with 1 being the lowest and 20 the highest. Now, you do have a bunch of other dice, but we're going to be using D&D Beyond, so that's going to be kind of virtual dice. If you have physical dice and you want to use them, I am perfectly fine with that. I understand the the desire to roll something physical. It's very satisfying. I have physical dice in front of me that I use for enemies, so you're allowed to do that too if you really want to. You guys already have D&D Beyond pulled up, and you're already in the campaign. So just head over to that page while I do my little introduction. Welcome, everybody. People arrive. People arrive. So, I just was seeing what they're typing in the Discord because I made your chat channel today.
Ooh,
So,
cool.
everything is based around the D20, so use that as your general reminder. Alrighty, let's skip over to a different note and let's get started. So, as a general summary, let's talk a little bit about Dreamwalker before we get into characters, because I like to let people know what their campaign's generally going to be about before they make their characters, so that they can build characters that they feel kind of match the campaign, and have sort of interesting lore ties or backstory ties into things. Because I take all your characters and I write little bits and pieces into the campaign itself to make sure that everything kind of gets referenced. So let's talk about Dreamwalker, because this is new to all the chat. You guys know this. The party know this already, but some of you guys do not. So let's talk about Dreamwalker. Of the 3 campaigns they picked, this was the one that I expected them to pick. And so, Dreamwalker is as follows. A demonic presence haunts an innocent young girl, sending her into a never-ending sleep. A druid of the dream suggests an unorthodox method of curing the girl. Entering the fairy tale landscape of the girl's dreams and excising the night terror from within. So that is all you get. You will have to watch the actual campaign to learn more. But that is good enough for now. So, to begin with, in the... Yes, it is vague, because you have to watch the actual campaign. I have to incentivize you guys to watch the real thing, you know, right? To begin, in the general character creation process, because we're going to kind of do that bit first, because I want you guys to have character sheets in front of you so that you understand what the hell I'm talking about when I talk about all the other D&D things. It's much easier to have a character sheet right in front of you. So, when making a character, we are generally going to start pretty simple. In general, I want the 4 of you to kind of think of what sort of character you'd like to play, and then we'll work together to make a character that represents that within the rules of D&D. So you can use all the resources available to you to influence what kind of character you want, but you can just start with an idea, and then we'll work together to find something that matches that within the classes and the races of D&D. In general, a recommendation that I usually make is have an idea of your backstory and what sort of led the character to the place you're at when you start the campaign. But don't go particularly overboard, necessarily. Yes, sorry, it is Saturday. Balconies, right? But I'll talk about that later. So don't go too overboard with the backstory. If you write all of your character's development and interesting things into the backstory, then they might not have as much to grow once you actually have the events of the campaign unfolding. So give it a basic backstory, especially since this is kind of some of your first times. You don't need to go too overboard. Don't feel like you need 7 pages of backstory. Although, listen, lots of people do that. So if you do that, it's not the end of the world. I will never penalize enthusiasm, but don't feel like you need to write this big elaborate backstory. It can be pretty simple. It can just be like, I was a farmer and I was bored of the farm and I'm looking for adventure. It can be that easy. So when you're looking at the actual cheers, like listening. Assuming that the four of you are in D&D Beyond, you will be immediately asked to name your character. But as I mentioned before, ignore that. You can name your character at the end. You can skip past that and just leave it as blank's character for now. But one of the first things that you're going to be asked to do is pick the race. But before we actually get into describing all the races and talking about lore things, of the four of you, do you guys have any sort of general idea of what kind of characters you want to make? I think one thing to think about right off the top is general party balance. So it's usually a good idea to kind of diversify your abilities.
Okay.
So is there any kind of role that anybody immediately wants to play that they have a burning passion to play?
Not I.
General, like, kind
Yeah.
of RPG archetypes, like healers and tanks and damage dealers, spellcasters. Is there anything that anybody's immediately eager to play? Because if not, then we'll just get into things.
So
No.
I was kind of interested in doing like a druid
Yeah. Okay.
character. So sorry, that was my husband in the back.
No worries.
Uh,
There is there's a lot of options for druid, and there's a lot of interesting lore things involving druids. So
mhm.
that would be a good choice.
Cool.
Were you looking at maybe like kind of balancing a bit of healing in with your druid? Because you generally want at least somebody who can cast a healing spell, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the druid, though druids have access to it.
Yeah, I would like to like have that little spice of healing, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Then there's tons of options for that. So that'll let you have a little bit of healing. So that means that you guys no longer need to have necessarily a dedicated healer if you have a druid in your party, but you can still have another healer if you want. That just means that you have lots of health all the time.
Bards all the way.
So, in general, you probably want to have at least one general kind of tankish character, but I wouldn't say it's necessary if none of you absolutely want to. I will say that some of the tank ones, like Fighter and Barbarian, can be a little bit more simple. So if you kind of feel a little bit overwhelmed by something like a Wizard, then they can be a little bit easier to kind of work out. I think a lot of people will say that Fighter is one of the easiest to get into because it doesn't have a lot of more complex factors like spells.
Ooh, I see.
I see. It's immediately sounding appealing to me.
So
I honestly wouldn't mind being a tank. If we need one and nobody else wants to be one, I don't mind taking that responsibility, being the tanky boy.
yeah, there's tons of options within tank too. Within fighter, there's a bunch of subclasses, but we'll get to subclasses a little bit later. I wanted to kind of see if anyone had any general party balance ideas, because that might help us find directions to go right off the beginning. Because within the tanks, there's paladins and barbarians and fighters and all sorts of things you can do with that. Was there anybody who's interested in something like a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard kind of thing, like very spellcasty? Because those ones can be a bit more complicated.
I was wanting possibly to do that. I was also curious about something like a summoner type dealio. I just really like those kind of things. So either way,
there's a few options for that. You could go. Well, there would be a druid option for that, but if you already have a druid, then maybe you don't want to. You could do a warlock with find familiar, and that would let you summon a familiar. Some of the options worth summoning can be a little bit overwhelming. I will warn you of that.
Oh.
Just because what you have to think about is when you're summoning something, it has its own character sheet.
Oh.
It's not nearly as complex as your character sheet. It has a stat block, we call them, and you'll have to have that kind of open to reference when it's time to move that guy around. So just keep that in mind, that it can be a little bit more complex. If that's, but it's certainly not impossible.
I'll muse over it.
think about it. But I wanted you to be aware of that aspect of it, because sometimes people go, "Oh, that's cool," but then they don't realize that maybe it's a little bit more work than they were expecting. Yes, basically, you're right. It is also because I have to consider them as well.
More brain cells spent.
But it's all good. If that's what you're interested in, then go for it. The Druid one was Circle of Shepherds Druid. They have a ton of summoning. They're kind of built all around summoning, so that one's definitely a little bit overwhelming sometimes. But something like just having one familiar, it's really not that bad.
Okay, yeah, I think that sounds kind of nice actually, because that'd be kind of, I don't know.
So
It
that'd be
sounds fun.
something. That'd be something like a more specialized, like Pact of the Chain Warlock.
Ooh.
Warlocks are the spellcaster class that basically have been granted their ability from some sort of powerful entity. The generic warlock is some sort of fiend, like some sort of demon. They've made a pact with a demon, and that's granted them magical powers. But there's tons of options, including genies and all sorts of things now. But we'll get into subclasses a little bit later. Okay. So, Boomy, you're kind of interested in tank. Lola, you wanted to play druid. Letty, was there anything in general that you kind of felt interested you, just off the top? It doesn't have to be D&D related, just sort of kinds of characters that you're interested in.
I was planning like a really annoying rogue.
Rogue?
Yeah, that was my.
Yeah, that'd actually be
was my
perfect.
plan.
That'd be pretty perfect balance.
Okay, nice.
Because then you'd have a warlock doing damage, you'd have a rogue doing damage, you'd have a kind of crowd control healer druid that can also do a bit of damage, and then you'd have a tank. So that would balance you guys pretty nicely, to be honest. There's lots of options within rogue, but we'll get to those in a bit.
Okay.
So that's actually pretty decent. That's pretty decent balance.
Nice.
Yay!
Let me jot this down. So Boomy, I'm just gonna keeping notes. None of this is written in stone. So you can change any of this. Don't feel like just because I wrote it down, I'm not gonna change it. Thinking
Nope,
kind
you wrote
of
it.
Too late.
Forever.
Carved in stone.
chat. You're not allowed
Can't
to make
change it.
fun of me if I spell something wrong. All right. Kat was thinking warlock with some summoning, and Letty was thinking some sort of rogue. Alrighty. So, were there any races that particularly interested you or caught your attention when you were glancing through them? Because we have a very handy page on the World Anvil that is all of the races that we use. So there's some little images there too, including some homebrew ones for chat's reference. Chat, if you want to read along on this page when we're looking at this, if you are interested in what we're talking about here and want to learn more about the living world of Grand Lorien, type !lore in the chat and it'll pull up the link for you.
So I'm super interested in actually doing a satyr.
Yeah, okay. That would work.
And I think that would actually be pretty good with the druid class.
Yeah. For sure.
So I'm gonna be a satyr.
Yeah, they have sort of
Ooh.
a link to the Fae, which of course has a lot to do with nature and would combine quite well with a druid.
Mm.
Did anybody else have anything that stuck out to them?
Well, I was planning a halfling, so it's gonna be tiny.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that would fit nice with the rogue.
Yeah, halflings also get the lucky ability, which lets them reroll some stuff,
nice,
which
nice.
is very nice.
Thank God.
It's a very handy
Awful
little
luck.
thing. Okay, so we're thinking. Let me jot this down quickly. I was thinking satyr, and you were thinking halfling. Did anybody else have anything that jumped out to them?
I really like the limsa, the little buns, but I didn't know how well that would fit with what I might want to do.
Anything fits anything. You can. The sky's the limit.
Okay. Yeah, bun bun.
Really?
Certain things are maybe just more easy to write
Oh,
with my existing
cute.
lore, but anything is possible. None of the races are go better or worse with any class, so just feel free to do whatever you want. Yeah, so
Yay.
the Limsa are a homebrew race. They're kind of a little bit, for anyone who knows D&D a little bit better, they're kind of a hybrid between my own thing plus the Harengon, because I was actually working on these when Wizards of the Coast released the Harengon, so, and then I was kind of like half finished, and I was like, actually, there's some good stuff in Harengon. So they combined. So yes, they are the bunny people. They're a homebrew race for Grand Lorient. Typically a little bit isolated. They live in kind of smaller colonies that they call warrens, usually tied into nature, but that doesn't necessarily need to be involved in your backstory. Another thing that they gain that you can keep in mind is that they have the ability to speak something that they call hush, which is basically sign language that uses both hand gestures and ear gestures.
Oh, that's cute.
That's so cute.
Which they would use when they needed to hunt silently or avoid predators.
Aww.
I love that.
So yeah, you can read up a little bit about that page if you want the full detail. I guess the other thing about them is that they cannot digest meat, so they can only eat vegetables and fruit.
Yummy veggies.
They're vegans.
Indeed. Okay, perfect. I will jot that down then. We're thinking a Limsa. Boomy, did you have anything that jumped out to you?
I was looking at either the turtle or the Loxodon. Did I say it right? Loxodon? I don't know.
Yeah, that's decent.
I'm not sure which one to pick. I don't. Yeah, I'm stuck between those two. A little turtley boy or a little elephant boy.
Yeah, they both work great. They're both very fitting as tanks. I will say giant elephant and someone with a natural shield. They do fit quite well as tanks. So either is perfect. Just go with your gut.
I see be a giant elephant in chat, and I do see that this is a lame joke, but I see that some of the naming traditions for the elephant, one of the female names was Duja, so I was thinking maybe I could name it Duja Cat for some variation.
Ew, I love that. I love that.
So maybe I will go with the elephant.
Typically,
7 feet tall? Okay.
typically, a Loxodon actually usually has a couple names.
Oh really?
Because usually they have a name that only Loxodon can pronounce, as it involves some sort of trumpeting and kind of the nasal chambers of an elephant to pronounce,
Oh,
and so
geez.
they often pick names that will be pronounceable by other people. So it's not their true name, but it's something that they can tell other people so that they can pronounce it, because otherwise you can't say the full kind of trumpeting name.
Okay.
And then likewise, as we were talking about a bit earlier, turtles just kind of pick new names when they're bored of their old one. They're usually pretty simple names, and they just kind of change it up to a dozen times in their life just because they want a new one. Turtles tend to be kind of like wanderers. They don't really settle down until they kind of reach the end of their life.
Yeah, and I saw on a website that it said they only live to 50 and that the elephants live to 650.
Oh my goodness.
I will say that I don't use the typical ages and lifespans of most of the races. I don't do the full lifespans of a lot of the longer lived races, just because it creates 7 million writing issues that I don't want to deal with. So elves and other races like that are typically more long lived than humans, but never more than double is typically how I do it.
Let's see. I think I will go with the elephant.
Yeah, sounds perfect.
That's so cool.
Okay, we'll jot that down. Okay, those are pretty good jumping off points. So you guys are in D&D Beyond, and you can you can actually get those choices set up now. There might be a point in which I have to jump over to the DM screen just because I don't want to show your invite link. So I'll just bear with me for a second, chat. I just want to check on the campaign, see how things are going. Maybe open some of these. I will open up some of your pages so that I can help you through the process. Yeah, Luna, I mean, you can if you want. Alright, what do we have here? I got Boomies open, I got Letty's open, I got Cats open. I don't see Lolo's.
Yeah, so I just do create a character.
Are you in the campaign?
I believe so.
Like, are you on
I did it through the link that.
Yeah, the link that I sent you is the invite link, so you don't have to use that every time you need to get to this page. You can just go to your campaigns, and then Dreamwalker will be there. But then once you're in the campaign, then you can create a character within it, and then it'll show it to all of us so that we can all see it.
I was a dodo and accidentally made 3, so I deleted 2.
Okay, I was wondering why there were 3. So
We're multiplying.
That's good. Okay, perfect. I see yours now, Lola.
Okay,
because they're made in this, that means that I can access the characters, I can adjust things for you. Sometimes certain things don't appear to you guys, but they appear to me as the DM. And so if there's ever something that you are like, well, how come I can't find this subclass or this certain feat or an item or something like that, then literally just message me and I'll go and do it for you. Because I have editing access to all of your pages.
I was curious how, because under races, I was trying to find the bun buns, but I didn't see them.
So they may not appear. I was gonna go over the very first part that we need to do.
Oh, sorry.
They might not appear because there's some settings you have to adjust. Also, just give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Because I don't see my elephant, so
I got a little too ahead of myself.
Sent it to you, Luna. Just getting Luna because one of my friends who plays in Whispers in the Woods also has access to other things on D&D Beyond. So we're gonna share our resources so that you guys have everything. All right, now I have your characters. I'm gonna open them all. So on that home page, you'll see along the top there's home, race, class, abilities, description, equipment, and all that. On the home page, there'll be sources and then a bunch of checkboxes. For the most part, we basically just check everything but Rick and Morty. Don't worry, chat, you're still supposed to see the DM screen. I'm hanging out on the screen for a second. I'll get back to you in just a moment. This is not a mistake. Thank you for the follow, Kays and Arts. Sickly Snake as well, and Poor Milo, Atticus Shift, Maze's Ghostface, Melon Sun. Thank you all. So, check all the ones but Rick and Morty, and that'll make sure the most important one is Homebrew because that'll give you all the stuff that I've made. But then the other ones can be checked too. I was just thanking you for a follow. Don't worry, I wasn't trying to freak you out if you were lurking. And then enable dice rolling, and then the other thing that I used to do is I turn off. Perfect. Okay, that works. I'll call you that then. Turn off or turn on ignore coin weight. I don't care about the weight of the amount of money that you're carrying.
Damn, not like I have any.
You said turn it on or off?
You want to make sure that it's red, so that you
Okay,
are
perfect.
ignoring coin weight, because otherwise it just adds to your general inventory weight, and there's no point in making it calculate any of that.
What about the encumbrance thingy?
Use encumbrance, yes, and then milestone. Make sure that it's a milestone-based advancement system, not XP. It should be default, and you should be fine. We use milestones. That basically just means that I tell you when you level up after you do something important, rather than it being XP for certain monsters. So that's the first page. Also, that first page is where you can upload a little portrait for your character and name them. The next page, 1 will be race. So I'm going to bring chat back. Oops. Actually perfect. This is what it'll look like when we're playing. That was the wrong one, but actually this is what it'll look like when we're playing. You'll have a little screen. This is where the map will be. In here. And along the right there in that empty space, that'll be where the Roll20 chat will be. So yeah.
Cool.
Back over to the other page so you have a little more space.
Dulahan? Oh,
Okay.
cool.
So, you can pick your race from this list. You guys will probably see some extra stuff. If you have the homebrew enabled. The ones with the little house and a lot of these, ignore like half of them.
Oh, okay.
If they're not on my
Dang
rolled
it.
anvil, then we don't use them.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Wait, this is so cute though. With a satyr, I get an instrument.
Yes.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh my god.
Yes, by default you get to learn a specific instrument. Yeah.
Aw.
This is Luno's fault for being curious about homebrew stuff. So blame him.
excited.
So yeah, find the one that you were thinking of and pick it there, and then we'll move along.
Now I have to pick a dang instrument.
See you in an hour.
Right?
There's a lot of really weird ones too. A lot of them you'll see the list of instruments and you'll just be like, okay, hang on, I have to Google what that is.
Yeah, I'm literally like looking up pictures of these.
Some of them are incredibly impractical to carry around with you, so keep that in mind. For the most part,
what about
when
an
you're building
ukulele?
characters, for the most part, when you're building characters, if you know how to use something, I'll probably give it to you by default. So if you can play an instrument, you'll just have one in your backpack because you probably would carry one.
Nice.
So yeah, mess around a little bit with that stuff. If anybody's ready to move on to class in the next tab, let me know, and I'll move on with you. But I don't want to rush you guys.
Oh, I already chose mine. I'm stuck.
Some of them will have variant sub races. For the most part, you can kind of just pick which one interests you.
I chose the Lightfoot halfling.
Yeah, that's the default option. So that'll be a solid choice. You can pop up and read all about the little details and their natural stealthy, halfling nimbleness, brave, and lucky traits, but we'll get into some of that stuff a little bit later.
Okay.
For starters, I want to keep things easy and just make a character that you enjoy rather than a character that is mechanically perfectly min-maxed and stuff like that. We don't need that. So, does anybody have any questions about the races, or are we ready to move on?
I'm ready.
I'm okay.
Yeah, we can move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Perfect. So we'll move on. The class list, if it's on that list, you can pick it. But you guys already kind of got a good idea of what you already were interested in, so this should be fairly quick.
Ooh. I'll probably do like my proficiencies later, so I don't hold people up.
Yeah, you can do that later. We can talk about them now. This is a casual chat. There's no rush.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about them now and figure all that out, we can do it now. That's basically just picking a couple of the skills from the big skill list. If you know anything about D&D, you've heard people say, make an athletics check and stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
It'll be things
So
like
if
that.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
if I'm gonna be like doing more in like healing, should I be proficient in medicine?
Not necessarily. It's not required, but it certainly would be a very like in character thing for you to be good at, right?
Right.
So think of them as things when you're picking stuff like that. Think of them as things that you think your character would be generally probably a bit better than the average person at. You have a lot of you want to be a healer, so you'd probably be better at medicine. So anytime you're making any medicine rolls, let's say you found a dead body, and you want to know how it died, I might make you make a medicine roll, and then you being better at medicine would understand what happened to that guy. You'd find the burn marks or something like that. And so things like that would kind of add a lot of flavor to your character because you'd be good at what your character should be good at, right?
Gotcha.
So just pick ones that you think would be good for your character, or if you have one that you think is good for your character and you have a couple options, then you can pick another one that is just kind of something you think is cool. And,
yeah, I kind of like that animal handling too.
I mean, yeah, but that's very appropriate for a druid, right?
Yeah.
So living with nature, you would probably have a bit of an affinity with animals for sure.
Heck yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Nope. I think I'm kind of settled.
Sounds good.
I'm still deciding.
Yeah.
I will say I really I have to choose my proficiencies and then an otherworldly patron.
Yes. So that's something that I was going to talk about a little bit later. So you can just pick one by default by now, just whichever one's at the top of the list, and then we can come back to it. Or we can get into it now because what that essentially is you sort of picking your subclass right now. Warlocks start off with their subclass.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
So you pick them earlier than a lot of other classes because you have another choice later as a warlock. Which is where a little bit later you'll specialize into your specific pact, pact of the chain, pact of the tome, things like that. But right now you're just kind of, because in your backstory is kind of when you made a deal with an otherworldly entity, right? You kind of already start with your magical abilities, so you kind of have to have already done that. That's why you start at level 1 with your otherworldly being.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yes. So you can just pick one by default right now if you want to, and then we'll come back to it, or we could take some time to talk about it if you really want to. Because I was going to kind of, once you guys settled on characters that you liked, I was going to level you all up to level 3 just so that you can look at the subclasses. Some of you will gain them a little bit earlier once you actually start leveling. You'll get your Druid one at 2 and things like that, but I was gonna kind of let you guys think about them because it'll help inform what kind of character you are if you kind of know the aspiration and general direction that person would want to go, right?
Okay.
So we'll talk about subclasses at a certain point, but if you're happy with what your class is right now, then we can move on to the ability scores, which is that third tab. Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about or questions?
Nope.
Perfect. Alrighty. Then this will be probably one of the more overwhelming pages if you're not familiar with it. The third tab, abilities, is dealing with the most important stats for your character. So this is kind of where you're picking your general build, and you want to pick a build that enhances the class that you're playing and doesn't kind of fight against it, if you understand what I'm saying. The 6 stats that you're going to be kind of deciding on will be the things that change all of the modifiers that your character will have. So if you know that, like, I have a +4 to my athletics, something like that, right? Then that would be because it's taking numbers from your big 6. As well as a couple other things, but we won't talk about that. So at the very top, there's an option for choosing your generation method. We're going to go standard array because it's very simple for you guys. And I like to use standard array because it keeps all of the people within the living world at a general balance rather than rolling for their stats. So you'll see the 6 as soon as you pick standard array. You'll see the big 6. Those are called your ability scores. And if you ever hear someone talking about AS or ASI, they're talking about these numbers.
Oh, okay.
So, as you can see, they're your standard RPG descriptions. So I'm going to kind of go through them just to give you a good idea of what they all do, because it'll help you if you have a better idea of what they're controlling. Strength and dexterity are typically used for, well, the obvious feats of strength and feats of kind of nimbleness and speed and stuff like that, right? But they're also used to inform weapons a lot of the time. So let's say you had a giant club, you'd probably be using your strength score as the modifiers for attacking with it, right? And so if you wanted to build a character that used a giant two-handed sword, you would probably want to be giving yourself lots of strength because it'll make your big sword better, right? And then likewise, dexterity is certain weapons like daggers and things like that will often use your dexterity instead because they're fast weapons, like rapiers and kind of fencing swords, things like that. So for example, if I was to use an example, if you were going to be a tank, you'd probably, not necessarily you would have to, but depending on the kind of tank you wanted, you probably would want to lean towards strength, especially if you were becoming a giant elephant person. And then if you were going to be like a rogue, then you'd probably want to be faster and sneakier, so you might lean a little bit more towards dexterity. Constitution informs your health, as well as how much health you're kind of gaining as you're leveling up. So the more you have in Constitution, the more general health or hit points you will have. So it's probably a good idea to not make that your lowest stat. It's certainly not. It won't instant kill you if it's your lowest stat, but you'll probably stay alive a little longer if you have it kind of in the middle, or if you're trying to be a tank, you might want it to be even higher than middle. Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma are typically your spell casting stats. It's a better idea to specialize in one rather than trying to balance them. A lot of RPGs want you to balance. In D&D, you typically want to specialize. The upside of having a party is that often the things that you are bad at, you'll have a party member who's good at. And that is why it is a team game. And in addition to that, the spellcasting classes use one of these three stats to inform their spellcasting ability, not all three. So if you were a wizard, you would be using your intelligence stat for your spells. And then if you were a warlock, you would not be using intelligence, you'd be using charisma, as you are negotiating with your otherworldly being in order to get yourself a little bit more of a boost.
That makes sense. I thought they were gonna seduce the other worldly beings.
I mean, if you really want to. It's D&D. Sky's the limit.
True.
It might be kind of hard, but might have unintended consequences if you're trying to seduce a demon. So keep those in mind when you're, that typically is the bard path, is trying to seduce something that they shouldn't.
Dang it, we have no bard.
So, for the few of you that have made your characters already, who have kind of got the idea, you'll see in the drop down, in those kind of menus there, it'll give you 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 15, right?
Oh.
So that's standard array. That's the array of numbers that you get to assign. The 15 is your highest stat. So the thing you want to be best at, you give that one your 15. The 8 is the thing you're going to be worst at. So if you think it's probably appropriate for your character to not be very good at something, then give that one. That's usually called your dump stat, the thing that you don't ever need. A lot of classes have a certain ability score that they just will never use, and they're fine with being bad at it. Like if you're a barbarian, maybe you don't care about intelligence. I don't need it. I'm a caveman.
Right. Exactly.
And so it's perfectly fine to be bad at something. That's why I like standard array. It makes you decently bad at some stuff and decently good at other things. It gives you a good balance. So that's the array of numbers, and you assign them along the line of which ones you want to be higher. I can give you guys advice. you can't really sabotage yourself. You won't make a character that can do nothing if you could randomly assign them and you would still be fine. But you'll get the most out of your character if you kind of follow the general build expectation for that class. So for example, a Druid probably wants to keep their wisdom pretty high. A Warlock wants to keep that charisma pretty high. A rogue probably wants their dex pretty high. And then if you want to be kind of a strength-based warrior kind of tank class, then you'd probably want your strength pretty high.
Yeah, I might need some help with this because the other campaign that I have, we just did like a pre-made one.
Yeah, fair enough. So basically you get to assign all of the numbers on that array, right? You get to give one of them to each of them, but not the same number to two of them, right?
Right.
So one of your stats will have a 15, one will have a 14, one will have a 13, 12, 10, and 8, right? So you're just picking which of the ones you want to have each stat. And then that'll be giving you your modifiers later, but we'll talk about that once you have a character sheet.
Okay. So I did put the 15 at wisdom.
Yeah, and that's a very valid choice. That will make sure that your spells are more effective. So any of the spells that you're casting will be a little bit better. That'll make it harder for enemies to resist your spells. That'll make you more likely to hit with stuff. It's just a better idea in general. So you want to boost that to either, typically, if you want to be really good at something, you give it either your 14 or your 15. That's the general idea. So if you didn't give wisdom your 15, it should probably be your 14. And so that's kind of the wiggle room you have. But that's a good idea to give it your 15. That will boost your stuff. As for your other things, yeah, buffing your main stat is your higher chance to hit and more damage and makes it harder for people to resist things. It's just a good idea. Most classes have kind of that main important stat. And then the other ones are kind of your choice. Typically, dexterity saves are done a lot, so you probably don't want to make it your 8, no matter what class you are, just because a lot of enemies tend to have those. Wisdom saves as well can be a little bit common. You probably don't want to make Constitution your 8 unless you really want to be a glass cannon. But for a spellcaster, you probably don't care much about strength, so you can make that one of your lower ones. Dex is very diverse and it affects a lot of things, so you probably want to make that one somewhere in the middle if you're not specializing in it. I would say for Letty, Dex probably you wanna keep that one really high. Everybody else about in the middle. But things like intelligence and charisma, if you're not using them for your main stat, you can kind of ignore them. If you want to be the tank who's just all gruff and all business and has no people person mannerisms, then you can dump charisma and forget about ever trying to persuade anybody of anything. But dumb characters are very fun. So if you're not, we have no wizards in the party, so none of you really need intelligence. I will also add, those of us who know D&D a little bit know that a lot of enemies in D&D don't typically use intelligence saves. And so it can kind of be one that isn't used a lot, therefore it's easier to kind of dump it. Unless you're a wizard, then you pump it as high as possible as soon as possible. The faster you can get to 20 int as a wizard, the better. Yeah.
What is wisdom used for, like, if you are a druid?
Yes. So what they're used for is basically your major stat and your major big 6 here, all of them, will not only inform your combat abilities, but you know that big long list of skills. If you've ever seen D&D, anything about D&D, you probably know that there's a bunch of skills that you're kind of good at, right? Like deception and persuasion and things like that, or animal handling and nature. These inform that as well.
Oh, I see.
So a naturally strong person will be better at athletics. A naturally nimble person will be better at acrobatics. But things like wisdom, each of these big stats add to those skills later. And so charisma will be making you more persuasive or more deceptive.
Ooh, I I see.
So it's all about kind of what you want to do. Give me one moment. I'm actually just going to pull something up really quick. Just so that I can give you a better idea of what that looks like. Okay, chat. Who should we pull up? Of all these characters, who do we miss the most? Who do we miss? Okay, you guys definitely not allowed to see that character. Okay, yeah. Actually, you know what? This is a good one. For all of my Seas of Sand fans, we're gonna pull up Zephyr. So, this is what a character sheet looks like. And so, these skills in here down the center, Pancake doesn't have a character sheet, sorry. They're all informing based on that ability score. So Dex informs acrobatics, animal handling is done by wisdom, int does arcana, strength does athletics, and stuff like that. Proficiencies are also what are affecting those. So you'll have a big long list, and we can go back once we move on and you actually have the character sheet in front of you, then we can go back and tweak things. So don't feel like you're deciding on anything right now. Stats included, you can go back and tweak. I will not be annoyed at that. That's perfectly fine. Give yourself a general idea of what you kind of think you want to be good at and just slot them in for now. And then if you want to kind of mess around with them later, then we'll come back. Because it's easier to see the actual character sheet than it is to do this without that reference. So just place them where you think you want them, and then we'll move on.
Difficult. It's like down to the hair of 1 point. I'm thinking like, do I want this here? Do I want it here?
Well, what are you thinking about? Maybe I can. Oh yeah, that is a good question. I don't know if I asked. Boomy, what class did you pick?
I picked Barbarian.
Okay. Perfect.
Or my elephant, and right now I have the strength at 15, the dexterity at 12, constitution at 15 for a total of 17, intelligence at 8, wisdom at total of 11, wisdom at 10, and then charisma at 11.
Yeah, that'll serve you for now, and then we'll take a look at what your skills end up being, right? And then if you're like, oh, maybe I kind of want to be better at that one skill, then you can kind of mix things up and tweak it a little bit. So that'll be good for now. That's like a plan. That spread is, as Tasty in the chat is saying, that's your spread that you kind of want. So you kind of nailed it.
Oh, I'm glad.
But if you want to tweak something based on your skills, just for like flavor purposes, we can do that. Is there anybody else who has any questions, or you're kind of deciding on stuff with ability scores? This is the most complex part, but we'll come back and we'll tweak it, so don't fret about it now.
So I just wanted to see if you could like look over what I did with mine.
Yes, I will. Let me refresh yours and we'll take a peek.
Okay.
I think I can pull this up. We'll see if it lets me. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so you are a druid with high wisdom, good constitution, good dex. Yeah, you don't particularly need much strength as a druid. And then keeping charisma, this is fine. This is perfectly fine. If I was min-maxing you, I would switch a couple things, but I don't want to do anything for you. And I don't want you to min-max. I want you to pick what you think you'd be good at, but keep this in mind, right? And then we'll go and look at the skills, and we'll see how those skills balance out. And then if you go, well, maybe I want to kind of be better at one thing, then that's where you can start to tweak them. So we'll leave it like this for now, because this is perfectly fine.
Okay.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are doing really good for beginners. Okay, so Boomy, do we have any questions? Let me refresh your page. Perfect. And then who are we still looking at? Letty, do you have any questions?
I'm good, I think.
Yeah, looks fine to me. We'll tweak it
Hey, okay.
if you want, but looks good for now. And then Cat. I don't know if I asked you yet. Just refreshing all your pages so that it updates all the stuff.
Nope,
Charisma
no
high.
questions for me.
Dex pretty
Yeah.
good. Con pretty good. Yeah, you don't need strength. Throw it away.
Yeah.
That's the Warlock build. You can talk to some of the other people who are playing Warlocks in Grand Lorien, and they'll tell you. The Noodle Arms build, that's the Warlock build. Like Cecilio from Seas of Sand. Noodle Arms. You don't need them.
Yeah.
I don't need to lift that rock when I can just shoot a fireball at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the next tab will be the description tab. And basically, that'll let you do the name and all that, but we can still ignore that. And so this is basically your background. D&D has a bunch of options that kind of let you influence a little bit of your early stuff. Yeah, here I go, Eldritch Blasting again. Exactly, Summer. That is the Warlock way, and I wouldn't change it for the world. So the background will basically give you a ton of options to influence little backstory things with your character. None of them are incredibly vital. You can make a character without a background and you'll be just fine. But it will give you a big long list of things. So if you feel that one kind of fits you, then you can just kind of pick it for now. And then again, we can tweak these things later. They're basically just jumping off points that'll give you a couple extra items that kind of affect a little bit of flavor. Some of them give you actual cool things, but it's not worth worrying about. I would just pick something that you think would kind of fit maybe your character or the general idea you want to go. So this is where we can kind of start to talk about things like what you would think your character has done before in their life, what their general like character archetype is. And so sometimes a lot of the things we'll do is we'll ask like, is there like a character that you like in fiction? Who you kind of feel inspired by or something like that. And we can kind of use those as jumping off points. But if you already have an idea of what you want your character to be, then that's fine too. We'll use the World Anvil as well, as there's lots of character options within the World Anvil. So does anybody have any immediate idea of kind of like what they want their character to have done before in their life, before the campaign? Or general just sort of character backstory interests?
I was looking at this one before and I wanted to get the haunted one because it kind of fits my, I guess, VTuber identity. Sort of.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever I play with like a VTuber kind of thing, I would like advise you like, make it like their own thing, but you can certainly influence it from your VTuber. So I don't think any of you guys are naming your characters after yourself, so you're all good in that respect. But you want to feel like you blend into the world, right? So don't make it too connected to yourself, but a little bit of influence is perfect because it'll make you feel comfortable as your character. And if anybody who's watched me on Tavernet's channel knows that I Lucy is that exact thing. So take a peek through those. You don't need to decide now. But once you pick one of them, just to kind of look at it, it'll tell you a bunch of stuff that kind of involves. So if we pick Haunted one, for example, sorry, I accidentally picked that on yours, Cat, but unless you refresh, it won't reflect that. It'll give you a little bit of a description about the general stuff. They're just kind of loose backstories. They don't need to fit you exactly. They don't need to be your exact backstory. You can write your own thing. So don't feel like you're locked to it. They're just kind of loose, similar backstories. And so that'll give you sometimes bonus skill proficiencies that you can pick from. Things that, because that's your general background, you might be a little bit better at. And sometimes they give you access to a few extra languages, as well as maybe some little features, like the Heart of Darkness for the Haunted one, which would basically just kind of influence a little bit of RP stuff where commoners extend their courtesy to you and they do their utmost to help you, though they have a little bit of fear in there because they're kind of like, what's going on with this person? They're a little bit scary, but I respect that.
Damn.
So they can sometimes influence things, but none of these are so massive of a choice that you can pick wrong. So just pick something that interests you and use it to kind of give a bit of flavor. But it's by no means deciding exactly who your character is, so don't think it's doing that. The boxes at the bottom, like character details, physical characteristics, personal characteristics, and notes and stuff like that, those are all completely optional things for you to write down little things about your character. And you don't have to fill that all out. You'll probably have a general idea, and you'll probably get your own little token and everything. So we'll be able to see what your character looks like. But if you want to fill them out, feel free. Like you can type out how tall your character is, things like that. We had a certain Fearbulk who is very, very tall and needs everyone to be aware.
Damn.
I'm teasing Valbella from Caesar Sam. And so yeah, they're just like kind of little bits and pieces that you can use to talk about your character, but that can all wait until later. You don't need to decide all that stuff now. That's extraneous details and extra little things just to give you a bit of personality later. So once you pick all that stuff, if you can leave it blank too. There'll be another tab for equipment, and this is the one that you don't need to decide on now, but it'll give you some ideas. I'm pretty easygoing about what you guys start with. Since you're starting at level 1, you'll be kind of relative beginners. You'll have your competencies, you'll be good at things, but you'll definitely be bad at a lot of things. And so you're kind of like general beginners, a little bit of experience, but not a ton of powerful items, and you haven't slayed any gods or dragons before. And so your equipment will reflect that. This will be kind of your basic starting stuff. Don't pick gold, just pick the equipment, and that'll kind of give you a good idea of what kind of stuff your character might generally have. So it says choose equipment or gold on this page. Actually, did anybody have any questions about the previous one before I move on? Apologies.
No.
About background?
I was still on that page, but I saw all like the personality traits. I started getting really deep into thought.
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk about that stuff in a bit. I just want you
Okay.
guys to have a character sheet in front of you just so that you can reference it. But after that, all you have to do is go back into the editor and you can adjust anything you want.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of taking you through the steps of this just so that you know how it generally works. Then if you guys want to go back, you can do it on your own. So if nobody has any questions about the descriptions tab, then we'll move on to the equipment one. So equipment right at the top will ask you to choose between equipment or gold. Pick equipment just because it's more straightforward. Rather than having starting gold that you buy all your equipment with, it's easier to just get the options for equipment. And that'll give you a ton of stuff based on your class that it kind of advises you to probably want to have. And so you just use those check boxes to give yourself a general idea of what you want. None of this is written in stone. We can come back and adjust them later. I can give you extra stuff or remove things you don't want from your inventory, so don't feel like any of that's written in stone, but that's where that's generally sorted. Once you get your character sheet, we'll have a whole different thing to look at, so don't worry. Once you're kind of done clicking on what you think interests you, I will say, as a spellcaster, looking at our Warlock and Druid, you probably want to pick an arcane focus. Component pouches are fine, but they will make you have to organize more things. Arcane focuses let you mostly ignore all spell component things unless there's specific spells, so you probably want to pick an arcane focus. And then it gives you some options of what you think would be kind of cool for your character to use as their focus. Focus being like your wand or your staff or maybe a crystal. But I allow for tons and tons of freedom with that. So if you have a cool idea of what you think your character would use as their kind of focus for spellcasting, it can be whatever you want. I've made a character that had tarot cards as their spellcasting focus. And drawing different cards would be the spell that they were casting. You could have a crystal embedded into your hand, and that's what you use to cast your spells. There's lots of freedom there. So use your imagination and build the character that you want rather than trying to define yourself by any sort of limit. But that gives you a general idea of what you might have on you. And we'll give a little bit of a list. Once you're done with that, you can just add your starting equipment, and we'll be good to go. The red button at the bottom. Make sure you click that one.
Oh, okay. I almost didn't.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, the equipment screen here, it's kind of like a little bit of like a trap that they play, a little prank that they play on everybody. It gets everyone. The equipment page gets everyone because once you hit that red button, it'll bring you to like an inventory thing, and then that's where you equip everything. So it won't actually equip it all for you. So a lot of the times, I literally have written in my list, like my checklist of, oh, we're starting a new campaign. Here's the to-do list. One of those is, has everybody equipped all their stuff? Because D&D Beyond likes to play that little prank on you.
I see. So it's like
S-
first you think, okay, I checked the box, it's fine. Then you have to
I
click the
also
red
check
button.
everything.
Then you click the red button to add it all to your inventory. Then you equip it. But equipping it can be done on your character sheet too, so it's not the end of the world if you
Okay.
forget it.
Okay.
But once you're done all of that, yeah, equip everyone's armor for them. You're right, Luna. That is typically what it is. Once you've done all that, then you'll have a character sheet. So that last little button there with the little kind of page there, that'll bring you to your character sheet.
Oh.
Who's got one ready? Boomy, you good?
Yeah, mine's just pretty ready, I would say.
Perfect. Okay, then I'll use yours as an example. So, as you can see, this is the very complicated character sheet that you'll have, and you'll get used to it. So if you're a little bit overwhelmed at the beginning, don't worry, because you'll very quickly learn what you can just simply ignore, and what stuff you need to access all the time. And so, just let me know, everybody, once you get to that step. Once you have your character sheet, does anybody have anything that they're wrestling with? Is there any issues or things that you want to ask?
I think I'm good. I have like one equipment that says I need to choose a special trinket.
Yeah. You don't have to. It's an option.
Oh, okay.
So it's like maybe there's something that's important to you in your backstory, and you could write. You could
Okay.
use that as your special trinket. You could do all sorts of things like that. But
Okay.
by no means is any of that stuff necessary. These are sort of ideas for things that your character might carry on you.
I see.
And we can add other ones for you too. Like maybe your rogue was like a gambler, and we'll add you like a deck of cards and things like that. So I'm pretty easygoing about what you start with. So once everybody's on the character sheet, let me know. Letty, do you have a character sheet?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the character sheet.
Perfect. Lola?
I have mine.
Perfect. What about Kat?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So this is the point that I wanted to get you to, just so that you can see what it looks like, because now you have a reference for all the things I'm talking about. So if you ever want to change anything, if you want to go back to those screens that you're at before, you can go to your manage, the manage right beside your character's name at the top, that little manage button. That'll pop up a sidebar that lets you change a lot of stuff. Changing your sheet appearance is all cosmetic stuff. It'll give you that kind of background on your sheet based on your class, but there's a bunch of options for you to pick other ones. But that's all stuff that you can fiddle with later. But going to your manage character and levels, that'll bring you back to that character builder menu. So if you ever want to go back and tweak something in between now and when we start playing, that would be where you go and do it. And if you're leveling up, you can go there too. Yes, the profile picture is very, very cute for Duja. So now that we have character sheets in front of us, the first thing I want to draw your attention to is that top bar right below your character's name, where your strength, dex, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma are. So as I was saying, those big six, they're nice and prominent at the top. But what you might notice is that it's actually displaying plus numbers instead of those ones that you picked. But the ones that you picked are right below them.
Oh.
And that's because it's doing its own math, which honestly you don't need to worry about. All you need is that plus number. The bigger one, those are the important ones. That's why it makes them bigger. You can change that, but it makes them bigger because they're more important. So any number that you see has a plus beside it, those are called modifiers. So if you hear me referring to modifiers, those are the plus numbers. So for example, Duja's +2 in strength is your strength modifier. And so those things are what are being added to everything when you involve strength.
So it would be the 15 plus the 2.
No, it would be whatever you rolled on your d20 plus the 2. The 15 is just using that number for math, but like honestly, you guys don't need to know what the 15 does. It's completely unnecessary to playing D&D. You can get into it, but for a beginner and for like your first campaign and stuff, it doesn't matter. The +2 is what matters. The 15 is how you got to the +2, but honestly, doesn't matter. So the +2, if I asked you to make just a normal strength check, let's say you were not doing something that was necessarily athletic, just pure strength, right? Trying to lift a boulder, and I go, okay, Duja, make a strength check, then you would make that d20 roll and add 2.
So I do the click because I have the little B button.
Yes,
And
so you have the
number
extension. And clicking that little button, the +2, that will make the roll for you using the virtual dice. That's why D&D Beyond is so nice, because you don't have to do any math.
Yes, I hate math, so this is a lifesaver.
So it will roll a d20 on your behalf, and then it will add the 2, and it will pop up in the bottom right as your result. So we can actually look at those checks that she's making here. My head is in the way, sorry. Down in front skeleton, I know. But you can kind of see them here. So it's making those rolls for you.
I see.
And that number on the right is what you got with the modifier added. So you rolled an 18 plus 2 got you a 20. So if I'm ever asking you for a number, I'm usually just wanting the final number.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Does anybody have any questions about that kind of stuff? Is anybody confused? Because the same thing goes for all of your other buttons. Anything that kind of goes gray when you hover over it, all those buttons, those make the rolls for you. So moving along that top bar to keep explaining, all of these things along the top, those big 6 numbers, strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, they're informing a lot of stuff, but honestly, they don't get used a ton for their straight rolls. Just rolling those, honestly, doesn't happen all that much, because usually you're doing skills. But if we move over to the right, past your ability scores, the strength, dex, to the right of charisma will be your proficiency bonus. That's a number that gets added to things that you're good at, but for the most part you can kind of ignore that. That's why it's not a roll within itself. Right to the right of that is your walking speed. That's how fast you are in combat and in general for outside of combat as well. Most of you will probably have around 30. Some of you might be a little bit faster.
Oh.
The one immediately to the right of that is a little checkbox that you can click on. And that'll be your inspiration box. So if I ever tell you have inspiration, that's what it means. So if Sarah was here, I would ask Sarah to remind me which one was gifted inspiration, and I'll give it to you right now. But I don't know if Sarah's here. So that'll be, if I ever tell you have inspiration, you just click that box and make the little sun appear. Inspiration is something, it's like a resource that you can use that'll let you re-roll something. So let's say there's something really important, and okay, Duja, you've been gifted inspiration, so you'll start the first session with inspiration.
Thank you, Lucid Memes.
So if you ever screwed up a roll really badly and you're like, oh man, this is gonna be terrible, then you can use your inspiration to get another try at it.
Oh, thank you, Lucid Memes.
Often, I will not tell you what was going to happen if you failed it. So if you roll something and you got like a 5, you'd be like, oh man, I'm using my inspiration. I won't tell you what would have happened if you got that 5 before you decide to use your inspiration. So it'll be a choice on your own.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yes, there is a DM inspiration button too, so you're giving me inspiration to use wherever I feel necessary. That might be the enemies, that could be the boss. It could also be an NPC, maybe they're on your side. So it'll just be however I'm feeling that day. Immediately to the right of your inspiration is your hit points. And so that'll show you your maximum and what you're currently at with the fraction there. So Duja is at 15 out of 15 because you're at full health.
Okay.
There's a little box to the left of it where you can kind of type. Thank you, thank you. I'll try to remember that. I'll write it down. So the little box where you can type, let's say I tell you that you have taken 5 points of piercing damage, for example. The type doesn't really matter, but you took 5 points of damage, so you can type a 5 in there and then hit the damage button and it'll do it for you.
Oh. Okay.
It's an easy way to keep track of your health. And if you're using the... well, that doesn't matter. We can ignore that. And so let's say someone healed you. Let's say Lolo, our druid, is healing the party, and Lolo rolls a healing spell dice and heals for 6 HP. Then Duja, you would type in, or Boomy, you would type in 6 and then click heal instead.
Mm.
And it will add that right back to your current. So heal and damage depending on whether you're gaining or losing, and it does the math for you. Very handy. But if you want to actually just type, if you're like, oh, hang on a sec, actually I'm at 2 health, I'm almost dead, right? Then you can just type 2 in your current box instead if you really wanted to.
Oh, cool.
So
And
that's how
this
you.
is so useful.
Yeah, it's a very very handy tool. It makes it really easy to get into D&D. That's why I love it. So that will handle all of your health for you. And it is a very, very handy way of keeping track. So if I'm telling you in combat that you're taking damage, that's where you should be entering it in. Just so that you can keep track of your own health, because I won't be doing that for you.
Okay.
I can help remind you, because I usually have a good sense of it. So if you do forget, don't feel bad. But for the most part, you should be keeping track of your own HP. And that's where you do it. On the right there, you see a little temp button. Certain spells and things might give you temporary HP. Think of it like an extra little bit of armor or something like that, that getting attacked will drain from that first, and then you don't gain it back. So if you had 2 temp HP, you'd type it there instead. And because it can go over your max, is essentially why it's a different button there. But we can handle that once we get to it. You don't have to have that memorized, don't worry. So that's your top bar. A lot of the stuff on the top is pretty important. Then immediately below some of that stuff, if you see where it says initiative. Actually, before we move on, does anybody have any questions?
Not for me.
No.
Okay.
Nopey nope.
If you
Mm-mm.
have any
No, I'm good.
questions later, or you think of one later, feel free to ask them. But we'll keep going. I know that this is a lot, and it can be a little bit dense, so I'm just going to cover the basic stuff for now, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty towards the end. So below that is initiative. You'll hear the classic roll initiative at the start of a combat encounter. That's where it happens. And basically what that is when you're rolling it for a combat encounter, it'll happen right at the beginning. Whatever you roll on that, everybody rolls. So all the enemies roll and you guys roll. And then it just ranks everybody as to how high they rolled. So people rolling high in the 20 will go before people who roll a 5 and stuff like that. So characters that are faster will tend to go first. And you can just roll it there using D&D Beyond. The very important thing beside that is your armor class. And that's basically informing how hard it is to hit you. The higher that is, the better, but lots of classes will not have high ones, and that's okay. Spellcasters are squishier, so they will have lower ACs. Equipping armor, equipping shields and stuff like that will raise it. And then I want you to now focus on the very long box in the center, the very obvious one.
Mhm.
That's all the stuff that will come up a lot during D&D. Those are all your skill checks. So you don't have to have them all memorized, but when I ask you to make an intimidation, let's say you're trying to threaten somebody to get information out of them, right? Then I might ask you to make an intimidation roll. And so you would go and look at this list, you'd find intimidation. And as you can see next to intimidation, it says that it's based on your charisma score, or CHA, right? CHA.
Mm-hmm.
And then the number next to it, your little plus 3, that's what you would roll. So when I say make an intimidation check, you'd roll that. You would roll a d20 for you and add your modifier. And then what you get would be successes or failures based on how high it is and how high I've set difficulty classes. Animal handling, the most neglected skill. Well,
Damn.
Lolo, you can prove someone wrong. We won't neglect it in this campaign. I'll try and anything that you guys are good at, I try to always provide opportunities for you to use them.
Thank you.
And I always also try to provide opportunities where if you're bad at something, that'll probably come up too.
No, god dang
Because
it.
that's more fun. So that's the general idea of the character sheet. We're gonna come back to some of that stuff, but I want to talk maybe more general about your characters before we get into the nitty gritty of D&D. Now that you kind of generally understand how characters are built, I want to talk more about the abstract stuff, the lore. Yes, you're right. Sorry. So a lot of you guys have really good jumping off points for your character, but we want to help them kind of blend within the living world too, right? So that you feel like you're a part of it. So for reference, we are going to head over to the World Anvil. Now again, chat, if you want to read the World Anvil and you want to reference all these pages too, here is your link. If you want to pull it up for yourself, it's !lore in the chat, but there's your link. So for reference, to start us off, this campaign will be taking place within Bastila. Not Encumbrance, sorry DJ, one day. We'll get there one day, don't worry. This campaign will be taking place within Bastila, which is the map that you guys, my players, can see in Roll20, if you want to find it there. That'll let you scroll around it a lot better. But chat, if you want to pull it up for yourself, you can find it on the World Anvil. In particular, this campaign will be starting at a city called Rainbridge. And that's sort of central within the Seven Baronies, which are sort of feudalist, very classical kind of medieval setting, medieval fantasy. Knights and all that. DJ, where have you been? The new continent? It's been out for like months now. And yeah, so we will be taking place in Rainbridge. But with your character origins and all that, you can be from anywhere within the realm. There are a lot of places, and it's a lot of reading, so you don't need to decide anything now. But did anybody have any general idea for like what you want your character to have been? Because I am the encyclopedia on this because I wrote it all, and so I can kind of help you guide that process a little bit easier. So, does anybody have any general like character concepts they want to throw out? Doesn't need to be written in stone, and nobody will laugh at you. I will smite them if they do.
So I put on my thing that I like on my background on D&D Beyond that I was like from an apothecary or something, or like I worked at one.
Yeah.
So
perfect. So that would give an explanation as to why you're good at healing. But did you have any idea about where you want that? Did you own the apothecary? Maybe you worked as an apprentice?
It was like family owned, I'm thinking.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, so like a smaller kind of family-owned apothecary. That's perfect. Did you have an idea of the kind of like climate or area you wanted to be from? Or just kind of general vibe of where you want to be from?
Probably something more like hometown, I guess. I don't know, because I kind of feel like she's more of like small town.
Yeah, so a smaller town, not a larger city. How about the general climate? Do you want to be like from the north where it's cold and snowy, or maybe from the deserts? That could be a thing too. It's just your own general vibe, from the mountains, from the grasslands, from a swamp. Did you have a general idea of where you might want to be from?
Probably like, I guess, grasslands, like where there's like pretty good fields and stuff like that.
Yeah, fields and forests as well.
Yeah, I think that would be the best.
Okay. So that gives you quite a lot of options within Grand Lorien, as the map that you guys are looking at right now is just Bastila. There's an entire other continent called Eldrenor, and there's also a bunch of smaller islands called the Glimmering Isles. that kind of have their own little unique little themes for each of them. Like Ikamura is sort of themed after feudal Japan. Middlemere is medieval Ireland kind of themed. All sorts of stuff like that. But if you just want to be kind of from a classical kind of fantasy medieval environment, then there's places you can do that within Seven Baronies, but you could also be from Eldrannor too. It would make more sense for you to be from the Seven Baronies, just because it'd be a further distance to travel just to get to Rainbridge. But that whole big green area, all of that is all grassland, and you can see where the forests are. So if it has a star like Rainbridge does, that means it's a big city. If it does not, it just has a name, then those are small towns.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you could pick one that's along the coast like Summertide, or you could pick one that's more central, close to the mountains like Marithist, or Ostergrave, which would be kind of a rocky, mountainous pine tree area. What's it's a lot.
Whaler's West?
Whaler's Rest would be like a fishing village along the coast.
Ooh, gotcha.
So like rocky bluffs, focusing on fishing and whaling would be their specialty. So there's a lot of options. You don't need to decide anything in stone, but this is the part where if you find something that seems interesting, I can help describe it more for you so that you get a better general sense of where you might be from.
Yeah.
You don't have to decide it right now. Does anybody else have any other ideas about their own character?
I didn't know if there's any place that's like it's so forested, it's like really dark.
That could work. What was like sort of the general reason for that vibe? Because I have a few areas that could work for that, and I'm trying to pinpoint.
Oh no, that's fine. Well, I don't know. I'm having a hard time coming up with ideas, but like I'm kind of thinking my character is a wanderer to some extent, but prefers like the dark forest type places.
Okay.
But I don't know. I haven't thought that deep on it, I'll be honest. I'm still thinking.
Actually, there's a pretty perfect place for that within Bastila. There is an island just off of the coast of Bastila called Mirror Garden, as you can see. And that is just sort of very, very densely forested to the point of being dark, as well as having actual Limsa settlements within it. And a little bit of gnomish culture in there too, in the mountains of Mirror Garden. So that could be an origin, and then maybe you've wandered a bit.
Okay.
You could have wandered up through the forests of Last Haven, in that barony, because the Midnight Vale has tons of dark forests and dangerous atmospheres. But if you wanted to have wandered, then you can just have been a wanderer. But it's a good idea to kind of have a general idea of where you might be from. So Mirror Garden would be a very good origin for something like that.
Okay.
What about our barbarian? What kind of vibe were you going for with your barbarian?
Okay, so I'm furiously taking notes. I've been struck with some inspiration.
Yeah.
So I thought I don't know why I thought that, like, I saw the role of princess and I thought that was hilarious, but I didn't want to be too high up. So I thought I would go down to like a noble.
Yeah, that works.
Her family is because I saw that the Loxodons, I hope I'm saying that right. That they are like skilled artisans, or like, they take their craft very seriously.
Yeah, they
So
tend
I
to
thought,
be craftsmen. Yeah.
yeah, so I thought that maybe they were able to, her family was able to become nobles, maybe in a similar way to the Medici family. They just became like really good at their craft and were able to get some money in the family. So they're slightly old money, in between of a newer money and old money. And she left because her parents wanted her to be more worldly. And this is where her second language comes in. I put Orcish for now, but I might change it. I want to take a closer look at the map. But yeah, and then wherever she went, it was like maybe a bit of a study abroad. I don't really know. But she went over there to study a different language, learn new cultures, become more worldly so she could bring that knowledge back home. And but halfway through, she's just like, I don't want to go home anymore, and decides to go on adventure.
Okay. I also want to stress that just because the title of Barbarian tends to give you a very strong image in your mind, your class can also just be how you fight. It doesn't have to inform anything else about your character. You can be a barbarian because you just like holding a big stick and hitting people, but you could be from anything. You don't have to be from like a barbarian tribe in the north or anything like that. It can just literally be how you like to fight.
I was
So
thinking she became a barbarian through I don't know if you've seen like the end of Mean Girls. I don't know why I thought it would be a funny idea. Like he was able to channel that energy, like the main character Regina George channeled that energy into lacrosse. So I thought maybe Duja Cat had similar issues and decided to take up a sport to channel her energy into.
very well. So what kind of environment do you think you'd want to be from? Because there's actually kind of a lot of options. Loxodon, I will say, will tend to be more from the jungle and kind of more deserty environments like Halasatra in the south, or alternatively Zul'Garan over on Eldrannor. Again, that'd be a far distance to sail though. But alternatively, I would say that there are also sort of smaller Loxodon populations all the way up in the north. And they'd be more themed like woolly mammoths than your typical elephant.
I was looking at Halasatra. I did like how it looked in the picture, and the food sounded pretty good.
Yeah, so that would be perfect because they would have a higher Loxodon population. If you were noble, I'd say you'd probably be from either Avrana or Urhalai, which are larger cities.
Okay, yeah.
And so that would be where nobles would tend to be, because nobles would have kind of manors and mansions within cities. Urhalai is a city built by a dragon, and a dragon still rules over it. It has a high population of Dragonborn as well as other races as well, Loxodon included. So you could do that if you want to be kind of in more the desert area. But if you think jungle would suit you better, then Avrana is kind of a big jungle city built along the coast that has a high population of Yuan-Ti pureblood, who moved there from the other continent after wanting to get away from the upper castes of their society, the Abominations and Malicens. So that'd be the Snake People town.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to take a closer look at both.
Yeah, you don't have to
I'm
decide, but I wanted to
yeah.
describe that.
Leaning towards the first one. It sounds really cool.
Yeah, so you'd be sort of a noble Loxodon from Urhalai and then wandered other areas.
Yes.
That works perfect. Okay, so Mirror Garden, Halasatra, the fourth. Letty, did you have any ideas?
So I was thinking like more of a small settlement, or maybe like the one that's kind of poor and stuff, because I was planning mine to be more of a poor.
So
gonna be like
you cut out a little bit. You're planning to be more of a what?
poor, or like not that much.
Yeah,
money.
less affluent. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. So I was thinking because her background is just gonna be like she's gonna be more like a reckless personality, because she's also an orphan. She tends to like just look for her own stuff. So I was thinking like the terrain is more of like a rocky, rough terrain, because I was planning on putting acrobatics in her, so that's how she's gonna improve her acrobatic skill, like
Yeah, that makes a lot of
lore wise.
sense.
So yeah,
Okay.
that one is mostly.
So if you want to be in the rockier areas, and you want to go with the halfling race, I would say smaller towns that are near mountains. Marathist would be a perfect one for that. Kind of nestled in. But I will say that Marathist would be perhaps maybe more religious, because they're right next to Holian. Holian is sort of the golden holy city of Bastila, where the major churches are, with the healing churches and all of that being in dedication to the sun goddess Brava. So Marathis would be really close to that, so they'd have a lot of that strong influence there. But also mountainous, kind of more of a pine region, would be Ostergrave. That one would work quite well as well.
House to grave.
All the way on the right.
Okay.
Either of those kind of have that same vibe that you were describing. There's a couple other places all the way on the other continent, but again, it's a long way to sail. So unless you have your heart set on being from somewhere else, it would probably make more sense for you guys to be within this continent.
Okay. I wrote it down. Also, for the haunted one background, I was planning on making the background kind of funny. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
You're allowed to do quite a lot. I let you have a lot of freedom with your background. So
okay.
you don't have to have it all written down now if you want to kind of. Also, you don't have to. If you want to like keep something about your character and kind of work it into the campaign and not reveal it all right now, that is allowed too. So don't feel like you need to tell everything about your character right now. If you have some sort of like good idea, you can keep those hush hush. I won't force you to tell everything right now.
Well, it's kind of vague, so I wanted to check first if it's allowed because haunted one is kind of like cursed background, right? So
yeah.
that
it could be some sort of curse. It could also just be like a tragedy happened and you're kind of still a little bit haunted by that. It could be that as well. But it could be a little more literal with the haunting part of it as well.
But for this one, I was thinking like you know those chain messages kind of thing that if you don't share it, you're gonna get cursed for like 10 years of bad luck.
Like
Yeah,
a letter
that was
sent
the reason.
through like the post
Yeah.
system.
But it's just like
I'm trying to think of how
just
a
check it
medieval
out.
chain letter would work.
Yeah, so that one was. I think that sounded like a fun background, but I don't know if it's like too funny or not fitting.
If you don't send this letter to 10 mages.
We do have like an established system called the letter runners, and they do they're basically like couriers and mailmen that ride across the realm to deliver letters. So that is definitely a thing. You could get mail. I didn't conceptualize any like chain letters, like a chain like pigeon being sent. But that is really funny. So I think we could definitely make that work.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Now there was another thing that I wanted to talk about. Because something that you guys can do is you can have yourselves all letter runners. Sorry, I don't know if maybe I mumbled that. Letter runner. One thing that you guys can do is right off the bat on the very beginning of your campaign, you guys can have your characters all already know each other.
Oh.
Or you can be meeting each other for the first time. Both of those are perfectly allowed. We had a campaign where all the Silver Song, where all the characters were from the same orphanage, and so they all knew each other already. But you can also be the traditional, we're meeting for the first time and we have to kind of introduce ourselves to each other. Both of those will be fine. So it's really your preference. I will say for this particular campaign, just to give you a better sense of what's going to happen, you are all being basically enlisted or hired or performing a favor for, or maybe you're just friends with a Druid of the Dream. So you know this Druid named Asteria, and she is requesting your help in some way. She could have hired you, she could know all four of you as friends already, or she could be looking to each of you individually because she's looking for people who can handle themselves. Adventurers, competent people who can help her with trying to cure this girl. So you will need to, at some point in your backstory, have a reason for being involved in the story, right? So you will have to have some way of knowing this druid. It can be anything you want. It can be simply that you read a note in a town square that she was hiring people, and you were one of the people who responded to that letter. And so that could be your initial reason for showing up. But it could also be something like maybe you were injured and Asteria, being a druid, helped heal you. And from there, now you feel like you owe her and you're performing a favor, something like that. So it can be kind of things like that, but you should have a reason to show up in Rainbridge on the night that you are summoned. So that's another thing to consider. So when I say that you guys could all know each other, it could be that all four of you together as friends and acquaintances, maybe you just have met each other before. You all know Asteria, and she, because you guys are a group, she requested just the group as a whole. So it's up to you guys. You don't have to decide that right now. You can mess around and talk about it a little bit and decide it later. But we should have a good idea of that, so we know where to start.
To know like the druid itself, or can we just like overhear that a girl is like being haunted by demons?
Yeah, I don't think that Asteria would have publicized that it was a demonic presence, but if you heard that maybe someone was haunted, or maybe
Okay.
rumors about that, then perhaps that would be something that you could be responding to as well. Yeah, even if you don't know
Okay.
Asteria, maybe you're just worried about the welfare of someone who is being haunted by something. That could be a reason that you showed up. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. Another thing while we're talking about characters is, of course, subclasses. So your subclass is basically a way that you would specialize your character into a more specific role than just your general class. It allows you for a lot of options, and it will kind of define a lot of your combat sense and a lot of things that you're capable of doing.
Okay.
And so every individual class gets options for their subclasses, and we have a lot of extra ones here. And so as you level up, you'll gain access to them, but some people will gain them a little bit earlier than others. And so we can discuss them as we want to. Did you have any general ideas for kind of the vibe? I was thinking, because you said that you wanted to be haunted, Letty. There is actually a type of rogue called the Phantom Rogue, who has the ability to speak with the dead and use that as their kind of ability. So I do think that would be kind of perfect for you if that interests you.
Yes.
But there are other things like arcane tricksters that give them access to some spells. There's a lot of other things you can do with rogue.
Cool.
So I'm going to just, one moment please, chat. I'm going to flip over to a different screen. I'm actually just going to pull up a big old list of all the classes, and we'll just talk about them.
Okay.
So I'm starting with Letty, but we can jump around if you want to think a little bit, Letty. So don't feel like we're just focusing on you. If anybody else has any ideas, feel free to speak up too. I'm just starting because you're on the left. That's literally it. So if we take a little peek at some of the roguish archetypes, as they're called. Arcane Trickster would give you access to spells. Assassin would be if you wanted to focus on just being really lethal. Inquisitive would give you a lot of like, maybe you want to be more like a detective. That would be kind of like the Inquisitive build. A Mastermind would be kind of like the Peter Baelish smart type, who has a lot of like persuasion and deception and stuff like that. That'd be your Mastermind. Phantom is the one that I discussed with you, and they basically get a lot of stuff tied to the dead, including whispers of the dead, wails from the grave, and stuff like that. So it's definitely themed around kind of this sense of being haunted, which is why it kind of fits for you. So I definitely think that one would interest you. Scout would be kind of like a very more standard rogue, just ambushers and bounty hunters, things like that. Soul Knife would be like psychic abilities. So that'd be like psionic powers and channeling that into stuff. So you'd start doing psychic damage. Swashbuckler is your standard pirate, and Thief is your very classic rogue. Thief is when you want to be really good at pickpocketing and sneaking around and stuff.
Oh, I see.
So
Already attached to the Phantom. It's too late.
So yeah, I think Phantom would be a perfect fit for you.
Thank you.
It's sort of walking the line between life and death and having this sort of affinity with the dead. I often play around with it a little bit, even beyond just the abilities that it gives you, as some of you might have seen with Ruva in Silversong. I'll often toil around a little bit with the idea that you have an affinity with the dead. So that one would be perfect. I think that would fit you quite well.
Yes.
But let me. Let's move along. Lolo, if we go to druids. What page is that?
Yes.
Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay, let's do this. So did you have any idea of what kind of general theme you wanted your druid to have? Because the very classic druid, if I pull it all up, is your typical kind of circle of the land, forest druid. But let me just. I forgot that there was a go to top button. Sorry, guys. I made you watch me scroll that entire way. It's building anticipation. That's what it is. So if you guys want to read what I'm reading, along the game rules tab at the top of D&D Beyond, the classes, that's where I'm going. So right now I'm in Druid.
Oh, I see.
And then along that sidebar, the ones that are always at the bottom, all those options, those are your subclasses. For druids, they're called circles, so whatever circle you're in will be your subclass. They're all themed differently, but druids are circles. So the Circle of Dreams is what Asteria, this druid, is going to be a part of. So you could also be that. Don't feel that just because there's already a druid involved in the story who is a dream druid, that you can't be. It would be a perfect one for this campaign, I'll tell you that. But don't feel like you're locked to it. So Circle of Dreams druid actually do get a bunch of cool healing abilities. They're tons of fun. They're a really, really fun subclass. I love the flavor for them too. So it'll give you a lot of cool healing abilities that'll let you supplement a lot of that stuff. And would be very thematic for a campaign called Dreamwalker. And it would also give you a really good reason to know Asteria. As
This is true.
people who are
Kat is
familiar,
telling me on this.
people who are familiar with the Dream would probably all know each other. They're connected in a certain way. So that's a really good one to read through. There's also the Circle of Spores. So if you wanted to theme yourself around mushrooms and that kind of vibe, you could do so.
So cute.
They also kind of, the Circle of Spores also has a little bit of an affinity with necromancy. It kind of tends to be their thing. They infest corpses with mushrooms and then animate them, kind of like The Last
that's
of Us.
cool.
Wow.
That's
So-
cool.
It definitely has some very interesting things you can do with spores as well. There's lots of very cool ones. My personal favorite is Circle of Stars. So that would be like if you wanted to have a good affinity with constellations and kind of celestial bodies like that. So they have really cool and fun options that let you customize a lot of your stuff. You get to kind of pick between a bunch of different modes that you're in. If you need healing, then you shift over to a different constellation, and then now you're in your healing mode and you're supplementing your healing. But maybe you need something for more damage and you're shifting over to a different mode. So they're very adaptable.
That's awesome.
And they theme themselves around stars and celestial bodies and stuff like that. So tons of flavor stuff you can do with that too.
Oh yeah.
So they're a very, very cool one. Circle of the Land is your classic druid. And it has a bunch of options within it that kind of inform the types of spells they can pick. Because this is a druid who focuses on nature, basically, right? And so within that, when you pick land, you actually pick which land you have that affinity with. And that'll inform what kind of spells you're able to learn later. So you could pick Arctic if you wanted to be an Arctic druid, and then you would be learning ice-based spells later. Or if you wanted to be coast, then you'd learn things like water breathing later. Or the ability to walk on water.
Nice.
Desert would give you things like letting you create food and water. Forest is your classic one, giving you access to like bark skin and spider climb. Grassland would also be fairly classic. Mountain, swamp, and all sorts of things like that. So you kind of aren't just picking an affinity with nature, you're picking an affinity with specifically what kind of nature too.
Right.
And the classic one being forest is, when you think of druid, you're thinking of Circle of Land, forest druid. Circle of the Moon is the bane of the DM. which is mostly a joke. It's fine. You can pick it if you want. But what it does is it focuses you around a lot of your abilities around your wild shape. So all druids can wild shape, which lets you transform into animals a certain amount of times a day. And the general limit is as you level up, you'll gain access to more animals. As you level up, you'll gain access to animals that can swim and animals that can fly. It kind of limits you at the beginning, but eventually you gain more. And Circle of the Moon boosts all of that. So all druids can do it. You can turn into a mouse or into a snake or all these different things, right? But Circle of the Moon buffs them and lets you pick higher difficulty or higher CR, it's called challenge rating, of creatures to turn into. And so they become more powerful. And what Circle of the Moon is based around is using them in combat. So rather than just becoming a cat to sneak around, you could become a bear and go attack things.
Dang.
The reason why I say it's the bane of the DM is because they tend to unbalance a lot of encounters, because at very early levels you can pick animals that have a ton of health, and so all of a sudden you're just unkillable at very early levels, and so a lot of DMs don't like this subclass. That's why I joke about that.
Just like one swat and they're dead.
It's fun and I allow it, but yes, lots of HP. It can feel a little bit weird because sometimes you'll feel like you're not as stressed out in combat as everybody else, because you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna die. you're screwed. And that the reason why it's the bane of the DM is because it's harder to balance. You want to still give a good experience for your druid so that they feel like combat is tense and interesting. But the harder you make the monsters, the more likely they're to kill the other party members. So sometimes it requires a lot of thinking around encounters, but it's perfectly allowed. And I can do it. So if you have your heart set on Moon, don't let me stop you. Shepherd is the summoner type. So they have the ability to summon lots of different things, and they tend to kind of focus around like spirits of nature and things like that, beasts and fae. So you could summon a bunch of creatures to kind of do stuff on your behalf.
Ooh.
And then Circle of Wildfire is a newer one, and I think the general concept is the idea of how forest fires often will promote growth within a forest. Something burning down will often give rise to new life. And so they kind of combine druidic spells with fire spells, including gaining access to wildfire spirits. So, for example, maybe summoning, like one of our other past campaign characters, summoning the spirit of an owl that's sort of like on fire, things like that, or maybe a fox, things like that. So they have these wildfire spirits that accompany them. Yeah, it is a tragedy that wildfire doesn't get fireball, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I have a question on the Circle of Spores.
Mhm.
Does that also have to deal with healing or no?
So it doesn't inform the spells that you're picking necessarily. It'll give you, maybe some of the circles will give you access to different spells that you wouldn't normally get. But any of the druids will be able to do some healing for the most part.
Oh, okay.
Because you're just going to get access to those in general.
Yeah.
Your subclass gives you extra things usually.
Gotcha.
Circle of Dreams just buffs that healing even further by giving you stuff that you're not even using spell slots to heal. A lot of the time you're using other resources, so it tends to pump it a little bit, as well as Circle of Stars has some stuff that tends to buff that as well. Whereas Spores focuses a little bit more on like a little bit of crowd control stuff. You can summon corpses. Gives you a few extra necromantic things, like chill touch and stuff.
Yeah. So you were kind of selling me on the Circle of Dreams, especially because like there's a reason for me to like
it is
there.
it is the obvious choice for this campaign.
So and since I haven't really played a druid at all, I kind of wanted something that would be, I don't know, not easier, but like
It's
Play it
one
to?
that it'll give you lots of things to think about, but it won't be incredibly complex. You'll have lots of nice options that you can do. Bomb of the Summer Court is really nice in giving you some extra healing, but it won't overwhelm you. So
Okay.
it will for sure be you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll probably do the Circle of Dreams.
Sounds perfect. You couldn't pick a more perfect subclass for Dreamwalker.
Sorry to be basic, but
So we'll let you think about that stuff for now. You don't have to have it written in stone by the end of today.
okay.
But that's a good starting point. What about Duja? What about Boomy's character?
Okay, so I took a look at the subclasses and thought of ways I might be able to tie it into my character. I think right now I'm looking at Berserker. This seems the most straightforward.
Yeah, it is. It is a very classic type of a barbarian. That would be focusing on making your rages even more potent, because all barbarians get the ability to rage. So no matter what, you'll have that aspect. But Berserker takes it even further,
I'm thinking
allowing
that.
you to go into a frenzy.
Yeah, and I think in the podcast I listened to, they had a Berserker Barbarian, so I'm slightly familiar with that. And then another one I thought of was like a Totem Warrior, or yeah, probably like a Totem Warrior, but only because I thought it was funny if she's an elephant and if she had another animal friend.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of cool options. Wild magic would make you very chaotic. Every time you rage, you would be having random effects occur, which would be very interesting.
Oh, that might be fun. Let's start that.
So read that one through too. I think, yeah, Berserker, you can't go wrong with Berserker. It's fun. Gives you all sorts of fun RP opportunities with your things that make you have to start to think about what might make you angry and things like that. What would be an outlet for your rage? But Totem Warrior
Yeah.
would be pretty cool too. Choosing totem spirits and stuff like that. Thinking about how you could incorporate that into your character. As they often kind of theme themselves around it, like fur, feathers, claws, and stuff like that. And you could have a bunch of different choices of that too.
Random. Yeah, I think.
It's true. Storm Herald would be cool too. Having all sorts of different storm-based abilities would be neat.
I'm gonna have to take a closer look. I think for sure Totem Warrior. I don't know, just the idea of Duja wearing like the animal
Well, I mean,
totem. Oh, I don't know.
it's Duja cat, which you could have a tiger totem.
That would make
It
sense.
would be kind of thematic, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna write that down. Tiger totem.
That would be kind of perfect.
The bigger elephant. I was thinking like if she had like a tiny elephant. But yeah, I do like the tiger. Yeah, I thought like story-wise, like you know how you hear of those rich people who go off to like Thailand or something, some beautiful country, and they come back and they're like, "Oh man, my life has changed. It's my spiritual awakening." I thought maybe she might take a similar journey and become a totem warrior.
Very well. The rich noble needed to travel and expand your horizons a bit, and you came back. Came back with an affinity for the tiger. It would also kind of fit being kind of from Halisatra and the jungles. There would be there would be lots of that down there, more so than there would be like elk and bears and stuff. So tiger is a pretty perfect choice.
I'm definitely leaning towards totem warrior. Everything is starting to align. So.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect. There's a few other ones if you wanted to read through them, but I think that does work pretty well for you.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, and so then again, none of that needs to be written in stone. You can change it later, but it's a good jumping off point. Back to the top. I remember this time, chat. Once I got halfway through scrolling, then I remembered, but still. Give me a little bit of credit. Give me half points. So to get to Warlock with Cat, there's a lot of interesting choices with Warlock. They're very varied. Did you have anything off the top of your head as to what kind of typically with Warlock you're picking what entity you made this pact with? So did you have any ideas off the top of your head?
Well, I was looking through more things, and I kind of like the idea of being a Fey Lost, and I thought about making a pact with some kind of Fey.
Okay, so you could do an Archfey Warlock.
But I did also read the Queen Raven one, and I really liked what I read there. I don't know if that might just be a patron deity, but
Yeah,
I really like
I don't typically use that one, but we could use it. There is one just that is the Archfey that would work perfect for what you were describing.
Okay.
So that would kind of expand some of the things you can do in regards to your spell list. So typically, a lot of the Archfey Warlock would give you some crowd control stuff, and some pretty interesting options like that, like Sleep and Fairy Fire, and a lot of like kind of ways to manipulate people through that means, which are always pretty interesting. Gaining calm emotions and stuff like that, and other things like that. It's kind of typically the Fey subclasses tend to mess with your mind a little bit.
Yeah.
So that would give you some interesting options for that.
Okay.
We do have some established Archfey, but you don't have to be connected to them if you feel like you would like to come up with your own concept for an Archfey. That would be also allowed.
Okay. Yeah, do you have any that you might recommend? I'll probably brainstorm after the session today, but I was just curious.
So I do have a summer court that the Whispers in the Woods gang are currently aligned with. Some of them, some of the original members of Whispers in the Woods, they may have severed that alliance a little bit, but the new party now has an alliance with the summer court. And so that would provide you allegiance with one of those ones. There would be an interesting one to be aligned with, actually. I'm pulling up my notes if you can hear me stalling audibly. There is one that actually connects with dreams. That would actually be a pretty interesting one to connect you to. So that would be actually pretty interesting.
I'm intrigued.
Each of them has their general area of the members of the summer court. But I digress. Let me pull it up. So the way that they're structured is each of the members of the summer court tends to be kind of the guardian of one of the fairfolk races. So that includes dryads and fairies, sprites, members of the Clovenhoof tribes, so centaurs and satyrs and stuff like that.
Ooh.
As well as the Ents. The particular one that I was referring to is the fairy queen Pyrosia. And she is the steward of the Slumbering Palace, which is a location within the Feywild that involves the dream, which is basically a way to connect everybody who is dreaming.
Yeah, I already like the sound of that, though, because I was kind of already thinking like a fairy queen or something like that.
Well,
so
that would be exactly her. And she connects to dreams as well, so that would actually be very perfect.
Okay, I'm pretty sold on that, honestly.
All right, I'll give you a little bit more of a background on Pyrosia, but we can do that later.
Yeah.
So yeah, that actually connects quite well. Okay, should I jot that down? I probably should, right? You know what? I will do that later. I'm not gonna make you guys watch me type. So. I think we've covered backgrounds, we've covered places of origin, we've covered the general subclasses that you guys are interested in. And again, subclasses, I know I'm having you talk about that now, but you won't actually probably do anything with those until a couple sessions in. And so if you want to change, you all of a sudden have a different idea, that's allowed. You don't have to have it written in stone right now. So The last little thing that I was gonna kind of mess with is before we get into some of the more like rules-based stuff and all that, I wanted to kind of show you guys around Roll20. So if you guys can head over to that tab, we'll take a little peek at it. Okay, so all of you are in here, and you can see who's in here at the bottom. I know. Down in front, girls. Down in front, girls. Chat can't see. That's okay. You're blocking the way, but they don't need to see it. This will be the view where you'll be looking at most of your things. Right now, you're just looking at a large map because that's the page I have you on. But eventually, your tokens will be on here and everything. And this will be where we're doing most of the play. And then when you need to reference something, you can go back to your character sheet. So those are the 2 tabs that you need open most out of anything. You'll see that bar along the left. That will have a bunch of options for you. The one that you need most often is to be on the little mouse one, because that'll let you move your character token around. But I'm actually going to take you guys. Let's take a little peek at something. I prepped a demonstration page for you guys. So this is what it'll look like. I picked this map because chat helped me make this one. During one of my nights where I make a map based on what chat suggests, this is what we came up with.
Oh, I love this one.
That's cool.
This is an underground crypt that they came up with. Because you guys don't have yes, so you can scroll around, you can zoom in with Alt by holding down Alt and scrolling. That'll let you see some of the details. And you guys don't have character tokens yet because we don't have the characters yet. So I'm actually just gonna assign you. I'm gonna assign you all one of these 4 friends that I've placed here. So who do you want to be?
I want to be the one with the crazy hair.
Bottom right, is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want the skelly.
Okay. Lolo can be the skeleton.
Yeah.
I wish to be Screeching Lizard.
I'll be the big horns guy, buff dude.
I love it. Oh yeah, that would fit most with your character. Ninja.
Okay. I think I got that right. So you should be able to move the one that you picked now. Click
One
and
of
drag.
them disappeared on my screen.
They shouldn't have.
Move it.
Let me see.
What? How are you guys moving? Is it?
You click and drag on the token that's yours.
Oh, it's because I'm using the pan view. Okay.
Ah, that might be it.
I'm in the blood.
Oh my gosh, I'm
So-
moving.
That'll be how you move your character around when we're playing.
I offer myself a sacrifice.
Um, so whenever you're moving around, there may be times when I tell you to stop moving just because I'm trying to set a scene and things like that. But for the most part, you're pretty free to move around. When you're in combat, then you'll be using the grid. If you ever want to ignore the grid when you're outside of combat, when you're clicking and dragging, hold down Alt before you release, and that'll remove you from the grid. So if you want to just kind of sit somewhere somewhere in between, like you want to walk up the center of the staircase and not the side of it, then just hold Alt to move around. Also, something that Luna is reminding me of that everybody forgets about and that I forget to tell everybody, if you don't want to do that, you can just use the arrow keys to move yourself on the grid. So all you have to do is click the token that is yours and then use the arrow keys.
Oh my god. That's
So,
so nice.
so you can use that as well. If you have a particularly loud keyboard, maybe that's not the best idea. I have a pretty loud one, so I don't use it. But for the most part, it's fine.
It's for the immersion.
So that
Zoomies.
lets you move around too. I can do things like flipping your portraits for you. I really wish Roll20 would let you guys do this, but I can do it for you. So I try to make you face where you're talking as best I can. And if you guys want to rotate your portraits, you can do that as well.
I can. Oh my gosh.
Once you click the token, you'll see a bunch of options pop up. There's 3 bubbles above you.
Sleeping.
A red, green, and blue one. You can use those for
Oh.
HP and stuff like that if you really want to. It's not required because you're tracking it on your character sheet. So if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But you can use that to track if you really want to. It'll once you type a number in there, it'll make a little health bar appear on everything, and it'll work like that. But you don't have to. The buttons below when you click on your token, the gear is for settings. That's where I'm assigning permission and stuff like that. And the one to the right, the little kind of mirror, that pops up a bunch of status effects. For the most part, I'll be giving those to you. But if you ever want to do it yourself, that's how you do it. The X is what I use for dead, so don't give yourself that one. And there's another thing that you can do. You might have things that give you radiuses. Like let's say you were holding up a torch or a lantern that was giving you light in a certain area. So let's say you had a 30-foot circular light radius, then you'd open the gear, scroll all the way down to the token aura, and then set 30-foot radius, and then hit save, and it would give you light. I don't use that for all light. I usually just let RP handle that, rather than trying to have giant auras everywhere, because they move with you when you move. And they can be a bit distracting. But I use it for boss AoEs, because I like to do AoEs. That's right, we use raid mechanics here for bosses. So if you like FF14, then you might like some of these bosses I throw at people. Because FF14 inspires a lot of my bosses. I love a lot of the mechanics FF14 throws at you. So yeah, that's how basic movement works. There's a couple more things that when you're actually playing you'll need to know. For the most part, you're just moving your character around to where you want to go, and then for D&D purposes, if you're walking over to somewhere and you want to know more about it, just go, I want to walk over to these urns here, and you walk yourself over, and then you can ask me what exactly is going on with these urns, and I'll describe them for you. I might make you make investigation checks and things like that to try to find stuff that's hidden. But that's basically how your movement works. You just walk around. So you see the grid here. Every square on the grid is 5 feet. So if you have a 30-foot movement speed on your character sheet, right, as you can see, then that means you can move up to 6 squares when you're in combat. When you're outside of combat, ignore all that. But when you're in combat on your turn, you would have 6 squares to move around. That includes diagonal, so you're free to move diagonally. And so that would be your movement speed. Once you've used up all of that, then you're free to go. But we'll get into more of that in the nitty-gritty part. For now, that's how movement would work in combat. You'd have a limit to it. But outside of combat, you walk wherever you want. Though I might cut you off and be like, wait a sec, I want to describe that. As for the other thing that you're going to need to know, along the left bar, you'll see a little ruler, a couple things down. This is a very helpful tool. So click it, and then when you hover over it, it'll pop up a couple options. For the most part, the snap to center one is the best. Once you're on that tool, clicking and dragging will pull up a ruler in your color at the bottom. And that will measure out using the squares and also the feet. Right, so 15 feet for how far something is. So let's say during combat and it's not your turn, you want to see how far you can go. You could pull up the ruler and go, oh, I can make it across that far, across the room or something, right?
Damn.
Oh, I have 30 feet, so I can make it. I could run up to the skeleton here, right? If you were the cockatrice.
I only go this far.
So that would measure out how far you're able to move in combat. Or you could do spells too. Let's say you have a spell that lists a certain distance that it can go. You could measure that out using the ruler. If you want to not bother everybody with your ruler, you want to just measure something quietly without making it appear on screen, you can hover over and hide it from others. Now, I will warn you, it does not hide it from me. It hides it from your fellow party members, but not from me. So I can still see.
See our mistakes.
so me and chat will see it because chat's seeing my perspective. But it's just a ruler, so who cares? For the most part, you don't need to hide it from anybody. But that option is there if you want it.
It's 20 feet long.
For the most part, I don't use those as exact numbers. For example, they're not perfect measurements, and you yourself you do not take up 5 feet across. You are just within that.
My height.
5 feet is generally used as an example of how far you can reach.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So Measurements are important. You can make them snap not to the center of the box. You can make them snap in other places, but for the most part, that doesn't really matter. Also on that left-hand bar, up a few will be the draw tool. It's like a little paintbrush.
Okay.
Clicking that will allow you to now, when you're clicking, you're drawing in the color that you've selected at the bottom. So this is where you doodle. For the most part, every campaign that I've run on this channel has doodled on the map page that you guys were seeing earlier, so feel free to do that too. If you are doodling on the ones that we're playing on, I'll probably end up deleting it just so that it's legible and clear. But if you're doodling on the map, I usually don't delete that. So if you're ever on the map page and you want to doodle, that's where you can do it. It's like when you're at the restaurant and they put down the paper and give you crayons for like the kids. That's what that page is. So yeah, that's how you doodle. There's a bunch of different options. You can draw circles and freehand and all these different things along those things that pop up. But for the most part, yes, doodling is allowed if you really want to. But just be aware that I will probably purge all of your doodles frequently. So don't get too attached to them. Doodling on the map is the Roll20 experience, yes. You're right, Sickly. So it is allowed. Don't feel like you can't doodle. Just don't get too attached to it, because I will smite it. The one last thing that I want you to be aware of is when you're moving around and you want to very quickly measure something, when you click and drag as if you're about to move yourself somewhere, if you hit Q or if you right click, it will pull up the ruler as you move, as long as you're clicking and dragging. So that's a really handy tool for when you're just trying to move somewhere on your turn. You will have to go back to the arrow key tool, otherwise you'll just be drawing.
How do I delete my drawing?
You on the arrow on the mouse marker tool, you drag over them to select them.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Oh, where's the delete button? We're gone.
So that's how you can delete easily. Usually what I'll do is I'll just like drag the entire thing and just purge all of it and then drag you guys back. Yeah, so that handy thing for moving around, if you're moving your token around, hit Q on your keyboard or right click while you're doing it to pull up that same ruler quickly without having to switch to the tool.
You?
Yeah, the Q key on your keyboard or just right clicking does the same thing. And that'll let you measure while you're dragging, as long as you're holding down left click to move your character around. Hitting Q or right clicking again after you do that will allow you to place like a point, a pivot point along your path. So if you want to move 10 feet one direction and then move a different direction and still measure it, you can place that little dot down and it'll keep measuring for you. So that's how you can make complex paths. And then once you let go, your character will move along that path like that. So that's really handy to do during combat if you don't want to switch all the way over to the measuring tool. You just want to move somewhere, then you just kind of drag yourself and, oh, can I make it that far? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay.
Oh, it's not working for me. Maybe I'm doing it.
All you need to do is just, while you're holding down on like left click on your token, hit Q or right click as you hold down left click.
Oh no! Q. No, it's not working.
You do it as you're holding it down.
Yeah, I'm holding down Q, then I move my character.
Yeah, and as you're kind of holding down, no, not hold down Q, hold down left click.
Oh.
So as if you were trying to drag your character over, but just don't let go to put them down. So like you drag them over and hold on to them, and then hit it to do that. It's not a vital tool, but I wanted to teach you it because it's handy. So if you can't figure it out, it's not the end of the world.
Okay.
Sometimes just depending on your keyboard setup or your mouse setup, it might just be different. So don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is how Roll20 works. And that's how we'll be playing for the most part. So that's basically all you need to know about Roll20. If you ever need to just make a quick roll and you don't want to do it through D&D Beyond, you can roll in the chat. You just type /roll and then 1d4 or whatever you're trying to roll. And that will do it for you, but you won't need to do that very often. If you're trying to like flip a coin or something, you can just do 1d2 or /roll 1d2 in the chat, and that'll roll it for you. So yeah, that summarizes Roll20. We already did the volume check, so they can hear the audio already, so we don't need to do that. And that's all I have to say about Roll20. So I think at this point we have a solid idea of the characters we want, and a good way to progress them. Everybody kind of has a good idea of what they want to be, and we have a good party build. You've made most of your character sheets, and we got some backstory stuff, some ties to the plot, some plot hooks to get you in there, and we also have sorted out Roll20. So from here on, I want to just kind of do a little bit of a D&D 101 and just kind of cover some of the stuff that we haven't covered so far.
Okay.
So this will just be kind of a casual chat about D&D stuff. So if you have any questions, just interrupt me. Don't feel bad about interrupting, because we're just going to kind of be spitballing about a bunch of stuff. I might cover some stuff that I've already covered, but we'll try and get everything. So I think you'll probably want to have your character sheet in front of you, just as a point of reference, because it's a lot easier to understand what I'm talking about if you have something to look at.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna use Dujas as a reference, but any of your character sheets will have the same things. I might end up pulling up one of the other ones just for ease of access, just because it's for spells. But to begin with, we already covered the stats at the top, so you know what those do. Those are your important ones that inform everything else. And if I ever ask you to make a straight strength roll or something like that, I'm probably talking about the ones at the top rather than your skills. We've covered health and all that, inspiration, and of course you see your walking speeds, right? Now you know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
So again, every square is 5 feet, so that's an easy way to just kind of quickly figure out how far you can go. So to continue along the character sheet, we've covered proficiency bonus, initiative, and things like that. But let me actually just pull up my little reference sheet. Let's start at the most basic concepts. In the bottom left there on your character sheet, you'll see a little dice symbol, a little red circle with a dice, D20.
Yes.
Yes.
If you click that, that'll pull up all of the different dice that we use for D&D. So that is where you can just make any free rolls that you want. So rather than clicking on something, if you just want to roll a D4, like let's say I give you 4 options for something to eat for dinner at the tavern, and you're like, oh, I can't pick. You could just go, you would just roll 1d4. So every time you click, it adds an extra one. So the notation that we usually use is D, and then the number after the D shows how many sides are on the dice. So a D4 has 4 sides, a D6 has 6 sides, and so on. But the number before it, if I say 1d4, that is rolling 1 4-sided dice. Does that make sense? So if you click a whole bunch, if you click like 4 times or 7 times on your d4, that'll let you roll 7 d4, and it'll roll them all at once, and it'll scatter them across your screen, and then it'll give you the added up number of what you rolled.
Whoa.
So that's how you can make just normal rolls without involving your modifiers. So if you ever just want to mess around with the dice, one of my campaigns had a ritual where they would roll a D100 at the top of every session to see how high they got.
That's
so,
cute.
Things like that. That's where you just roll the dice without involving your character sheet in it. So if you ever just want to roll, that's where you go.
Okay.
And that's the reference for all of the different dice that we're going to be using. So if you're ever confused about them, that's where they are. But for the most part, D&D 5e is a D20 based system. So for the most part, the D20 is the most important one. So when in doubt, we're probably using one of them. Thank you for the follow, Dragon Priest.
I should.
So
Why am I always getting 8?
I will say the D100, you guys will probably never use it. It's more of a
Oh,
DM
thank
thing.
God.
It's when DMs have like massive lists of things and we just want to randomly pick one. That's what we use. But you guys, honestly, you probably won't use it a lot. So all of the roles can be handled on D&D Beyond. It's a very handy tool. It will do all the math for you. So if you want to let it do that, let it handle it. If you have physical dice, a lot of people do, I allow you to roll on those because I trust your numbers. You're not going to lie to me, and I'm not going to lie to you. Who cares? So you can roll physical dice if that's more satisfying for you, because I know that the sound is really nice. D&D's basic structure involves role play and combat, and often they're told kind of separately, but for the most part they intertwine. Any of you who's ever seen D&D before knows kind of how that structure works. It's a lot of just talking with your party members and talking to NPCs, and I'll be in character and you'll be in character. But my job as the DM is to set the scene, voice all the NPCs, and make sure everything runs smoothly by helping you guys out with rules. Your job is to have fun, interact with and shape the story as you make choices and meet characters and do various things. And to generally try to play your character. So often it's a good idea to try to stay in character. Every once in a while you'll have comments to make outside of character. But in general, the preferred thing is to try to stay in character. It happens all the time that we leave character all the time, so don't sweat it. But in general, when you're trying to interact with the world itself, try to do it in character. So if you see a monster all of a sudden, rather than just saying that monster looks scary as yourself, try to think of how your character would react to it, and then do that. That's just the general sense, but it takes a bit to get used to. I'm not going to expect you to be like this perfect voice actor genius right off the bat. It's fine. It'll take you a little bit to get used to your character and how they react to things and what you kind of want to do with them. So don't feel like you need to be perfect. I'm certainly not. Back to the character sheet. I think we've covered... I actually wrote up a bunch of stuff so that I made sure I covered everything. That's what I'm referencing. If I sound like I'm reading off of something, that's why. Thank you, Corvus Calum, for the follow. Adventure does await. We've covered your hit points. You know where those are in the top right. Hit points are your health. We call them hit points because that's HP. But yeah, health. Moving across, we've covered movement speed. Proficiency bonuses we've covered, and we're ignoring them. Then the 6 boxes that we've covered as well. So as people often consider D&D kind of having 2 modes, the role play and like in combat and out of combat, though they do blend, and I try to blend them so that they feel like you're not just all of a sudden in combat and that's just rules mode and then no rules mode. They're blended. But to cover generally outside of combat, when you're not fighting something or in a hostile situation, that's when you're free to move around without considering how much movement you have and all that. But things tend to be more free outside of combat. When you want to do something, you just describe what you want to do. If you're attempting to do something that requires a semblance of skill to achieve that goal, then as the DM, I will probably have you make a roll. And usually those rolls will be in that skill check box. So that big long box in the middle, if I'm asking you to make a roll, it's probably going to be in there.
Okay.
And I'll describe which one I'm having you make: athletics, animal handling, etc. So that'll help you find them quickly, and they are alphabetical order if you need to find them fast. So those are always done with D20 rolls. So when you're clicking those boxes, it's rolling that 20-sided dice for you, and then it's adding what modifier you have there on the right. Your race and your class and items you have, all that will affect your prowess at certain things. So as you level up, you'll see those get better. The higher the number in general, the better you are at that. If you have a negative, you're probably pretty bad at that thing. So often what you'll want to do is, that's why it's a team activity. If you see that you're really bad at something, but you have an idea, maybe you could suggest it to one of your friends. And maybe they would be more able to tackle it. For example, to give an example of how that might work, if you wanted to climb up a rocky cliffside, I might have you make an athletics check to do it, because it's kind of difficult to climb. So you would roll the d20 and add the amount, or alternatively just click on the modifier and that would roll it for you. And then the number that you have, you would either recite back to me, or if you're using the extension we have, then it might show it to everybody. And then I would decide, based on kind of the range of difficulty that I had decided for that, which is usually called the difficulty class, whether or not you succeeded, or maybe a spectrum of how well you succeeded. They also apply to things like conversational skills. So if you were attempting to trick somebody when you were talking to an NPC, I might actually interrupt the conversation to have you make a deception check to see how deceptive you were in successfully convincing someone of a lie that you were trying to tell them. So all of those kind of play into things that you're trying to do throughout the world. And so it's a good idea to know what you're good at, because you can play to your strengths. As for in combat, that's typically the more complex aspect of D&D. So there's a lot more rules involved there, but for the most part, I will try to remind you of anything. So if you're ever unsure of what you can and can't do, simply ask, and I will help work through it. When a fight starts, let's say you were ambushed by goblins, or you were... Yes, rolling can also be done on your initiative. Thank you for reminding me, Shinx. If you guys want to make a roll, you can just say, "Can I make a roll?" or "I want to make a roll." Like, just do it on your own. So like, if you can't decide something and you want to do it randomly, feel free. Or if you see something that interests you on the map and you go, "Can I make an investigation roll or a history check to learn more about this?" That's all your initiative too. Don't feel like it has to be me telling you to do it. If you want to do something, it can be your initiative as well. If you find a corpse and you go, "Can I medicine check to learn more about what killed him?" That's allowed. Or let's say you find someone who's injured and you want to medicine check to try to help them out. Those are all things you can do that you don't have to wait for me to tell you to do. So back to combat. When a fight starts, let's say if you were ambushed by goblins, or if you guys decided to attack a group of bandits, then every creature involved in the fight, you guys and your foes, would all be ordered into what's called the turn order. And just like an RPG, like a Final Fantasy game, everybody moves in order, right? And that's decided by an initiative roll. And so that initiative roll, as you can see on your character sheets near the top, you would make that roll by clicking that modifier. For example, Duja has a +0. Right here. And so that would be just basically how fast you're entering the battle, how quickly you're reacting to a fight starting. Typically, maybe if you're doing the ambush, then you might get the drop on someone. So it's a good idea to kind of consider how you're getting into a fight as well. So it's just a straight up list of highest to lowest. So the person who rolls highest on the initiative roll, they go first. The person who rolls lowest, they go last. And that turn order is consistent as we go. So once we hit the end of that order, we roll right back around to the top of the order. So typically faster classes like a rogue will typically tend to go first because they have higher modifiers there. So that's how combat starts. When you take your turn, that will be on your initiative. So if I say it's your initiative or something like that, that's your turn. Once you're outside of combat, we leave the turn order, but turn order is specifically for combat. For the most part, I will keep that structure, and if it's your turn, I will tell you. So if you forget what the turn order is, and you're like, "Wait, whose turn is it?" Chances are, when it's your turn, I will say, "Boomy, it's your turn," or your character's name. Duja, it's your turn.
Okay.
That's typically how I roll through things. So you will be reminded, so don't worry.
Okay.
When it's your turn, I'll let you know. Every creature in the encounter takes their turns, friends and foe alike. And once that ends, once we get to the end of that order, once everybody has had a turn, that is the round. And then we'll go to the next round, and that basically is we start over at the top of the order and we go back through everybody again. Again, you guys will be introduced to this early on in the campaign, so you'll have a chance to try it all out, but I thought we might as well talk about it since we're here. So we'll get a chance to learn all this practically as well. So we just keep going through the turn order until something changes. The encounter's over. Maybe the enemies are all dead. Maybe you guys are all dead. Maybe some other condition is fulfilled. Maybe you got the enemies to surrender somehow. But until then, we don't leave the turn order and we just keep going. Once that's over, then you're free to move outside of your turn order and you can just kind of start moving around again. When it's your turn, so when we roll around to your turn, there's quite a few things that you can do during your turn. These things are given kind of almost amounts of time that they consume in order to kind of limit you into the amounts of things that you can do in those couple seconds that it's your turn. Those time amounts are referred to as actions, bonus actions, and reactions. You may have heard those words used before. And everything that you can do is usually given one of those terms to describe it. For example, just swinging your sword to hit an enemy would use your action, and then you would still have your bonus action and your reaction. Reactions are typically used when it's not your turn. So those are the things that you are doing outside of your own turn. But during your turn, bonus actions and actions are your bread and butter. During each of your turns, you have one action and one bonus action to perform. There are minor restrictions to that, but that's the general structure. And when it's not your turn, you can use your reaction to do specific things. But we'll get into those a little later. Actions are the most common. Lots of spells cost an action to cast. That's their casting time. All your weapon attacks will basically be that, unless you have certain abilities, like 2-weapon fighting for rogues. And then bonus actions are used to describe things that are a little bit faster. So let's say you had 2 daggers. Your first attack would use your action, but you had the trait 2-weapon fighting, then you would use your bonus action to make a second attack with a dagger. So things that are kind of faster tend to be given bonus actions. A lot of certain healing spells for your druid may have bonus action time, casting times. And so it's a good idea to know what costs an action, what costs a bonus action, so you know during your turn what you can do. But we'll get into that. When we're actually playing, you'll be able to see that in action. It'll make more sense. A lot of classes have special abilities, and those will also be given actions and bonus actions. On your character sheet, the big box in the bottom right, the one that has all that information in it, the one that you can scroll, that will have everything your character can do in it. So that very first tab along the top of that box where it says actions, that'll tell you a lot of the things you can do on your turn. So for example, on Boomy's sheet, we can see the great axe, we can see your hand axe. And it's describing those as actions because that's what they take. If you scroll down a little bit, Boomy, you'll see bonus actions as that red headline. And so that describes all the things you can do as bonus actions. So once you've used your action on your turn, or once you've used your bonus action, like you get both of them, right? So for example, you could rage as a bonus action and then attack. And you can do them in any order. So it categorizes them for you as actions, bonus actions, reactions, and other. Other tends to be things that are more free, so like just pulling a lever or something like that on the wall might just be free. It won't cost anything. Like you won't use your action to do it, so you can still attack. So D&D Beyond's character sheets will categorize all those things for you. So if you're ever like, what the hell can I do again? What are my abilities? Because it's been a week and you don't remember. This box is where you go and find those things.
So useful.
If you're a caster, if you're Cat, or if you are Lolo, you will have another header at the top there next to actions that'll say spells. And that's another very important one that we'll get to a little bit later. So I haven't forgotten spells. If you see anything that has like little checkboxes, for example, Boomy, your rage.
Mm-hmm.
The checkboxes are used to remember that you've used those things.
Okay, so I only have 2 max before I take a long rest.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly. So that's to help you remind yourself as to when you're using your resources. So any abilities you have, anything like that, those will all have little checkboxes next to them. Spellcasters will have spell slots that have checkboxes. So it's a good idea to keep checking those off when you use them, right as you do it, so that you remember and don't get caught not having anything. And it'll tell you, of course, how to refresh them, like the long rest. So, also during your turn, you have movement, as we talked about before. Movement doesn't use your actions or your bonus actions. Instead, you just have that specific amount of feet you can move. So for most people, it'll be about 30. Every square is, of course, 5 feet. So if you had 30 feet, then you'd be moving 6 squares. And you can only move when it's your turn. So just keep that in mind. Your movement can be split up however you want. So you don't have to use it all at once, and you don't have to use it all if you don't want to. You can just move 5 feet on your turn, and that's fine. So if you wanted to use 10 feet to walk up to an enemy, attack them using your action, and then walk another 20 feet to a different place on the map, that would all be fine to do during your turn, because you haven't gone over your 30 feet, and you haven't used more than one action. So you've done everything you can do. Or if you wanted to just use 10 feet, walk up to that enemy, and that's all, then that's what you can do. So you don't have to use everything. You can just use what you want. There are certain things you can do that will modify some of your movement. Some of you may have abilities that modify them. But everyone gets the basic one that is dashing. So what dashing does is it means that you're focusing more on running further that turn. And so what a dash would do is it would use your action up, but it would let you move double your movement speed. So let's say you really needed to get somewhere. Maybe you're running away from something, or maybe you absolutely want to get to an enemy and you can't this turn because you only have 30 feet. Then you could dash to move 60. But the downside would be that you used your action. And so once you reach that enemy, you don't have an action to use to attack them. So those are things to think about. In regards to attacking, it's structured the same for a lot of things. For every weapon, it'll be structured the same. So the rogue's daggers will have the same structure as whatever weapon that Boomy has picked. A great axe, maybe. Or a lot of spells that our spellcasters will use will have the same structure. So I'm going to go over that general structure. Most basic attacks, for example, slashing with a sword, will have 2 rolls involved. Basically, you'll make one roll to see if you hit with the attack, and then if you do hit, then the second roll will determine how much damage you do with that attack. So if you slash with your sword, the first roll determines if you connected. The second roll is how much damage you did with that sword slash. The to hit roll, the first one, is done with the d20, but if you're looking at your character sheets, no matter who you are, actually let me pull up all of your character sheets for a sec. I want to make sure I have all of you. Okay. So, in that actions tab, if you find one of your weapons, so Letty, you have a dagger there that you can see. Duja, your great axe. Clover, our satyr druid, has just your unarmed strike, for example, since you don't have your weapons there. But let's say you did an unarmed strike. And then our Limsa Warlock, again, unarmed strike. You guys are spellcasters, so you don't need to worry about it too much.
Wait, so I did put on there my staff. So my
Mhm.
staff isn't considered a weapon, right?
Did you pick your staff as the arcane focus, or did you? It'd
Let
be
me
more
see.
like a walking stick than a quarterstaff is what would be used as the
Oh,
weapon. But if you have a walking stick, I usually just give that druid a quarterstaff too.
oh, it didn't save.
It might have been a mistake in that step, so that might be why. It usually does give you a quarterstaff.
Okay. Yeah, it
But
was a druidic focus.
yeah, I'll make sure that you have a quarterstaff.
Oh, okay.
But we don't need to figure that out right now. I just want to show you the structure first. So if you look at your ram ability or your unarmed strike, that'd just be like punching somebody. It has those two boxes, right? The hit one and the damage one. For everybody. All of you can see this. Can anybody not find it?
No, I see it.
I see mines as well.
I see mine also.
Okay.
As do I.
So the hit one, that's the modifier being added to your d20 roll. So if you want to go up and attack somebody, then you'll roll to see if you hit. And then if I say that you hit, then you'll roll your damage dice. Now, some of you who are spellcasters aren't particularly strong, and so that's why you're seeing a 0 in your unarmed strike. It means that your punches don't do any damage.
Small bean.
Yeah, that's the noodle arm spell.
God damn, poor spellcasters. I have one.
But the spellcasters, you should have I think Cat should have a dagger, and Lolo, you will have a staff. So you will have some options.
Oh.
So that's kind of how it'll work. You'll roll to see if you hit, then you'll roll to see how much damage you did.
I see.
Most rolls in the game will be like that when you're trying to hit. And when you're doing that to hit roll, that's where armor class factors in. So that AC, that little shield symbol, you have kind of above next to your initiative. That's an important value because that's when we're seeing if we hit someone.
Okay.
So for example, if you made a to hit roll, let's actually see. You guys made a bunch of them, so let's take one. For example, Letty, you made a short sword attack, right? And you rolled a 21 to hit. So what I would do is I take that 21 that you rolled, and then I compare it to the enemy's AC. You guys have AC, and so do the enemies. So let's say the enemy only had 12 AC. You rolled a 21, so you got higher than that, so you hit.
Oh, okay.
But if you rolled a 10 to hit, like Duja did with the hand axe, and the enemy had an AC of 12, then that would not hit. That would be either a miss, or I might describe it as glancing off their armor or something like that, but you wouldn't do any damage. So basically, with armor class and with anything that involves getting higher than a number, it is the phrase meets beats. So if they had a 12 as their AC and you roll a 12, you met that number, so you still hit. So you have to get the number or higher, essentially. So that is how you see if you hit. And likewise, when enemies are attacking you, I'm making their rolls, and I'm seeing if they beat your armor class. So for example, Clover the Satyr Druid, Lolo's character here, has an armor class of 12 without your armor equipped. And this is why you want your armor equipped. Let's equip it. There, now you have 13. And so enemies would need to meet or beat a 13 to be doing damage to you. And that's why your tanks will typically have higher ACs, because they're wearing heavier armor. Now, barbarians are a little bit different, so Dujas won't be particularly high, but it's because rather than having a high AC, you instead get resistance to stuff when you're raging.
I see.
So you'll still be getting hit a little bit more than your knight in heavy armor would, but you'll be able to take all those hits because you're tougher. That's the trade-off for a barbarian. So yeah, so you need to know your armor class because I might sometimes ask you it. I usually do write them down as like, I have like a little cheat sheet for your characters. So I will know them for the most part, so I'll probably just be telling you if I hit or not, and then how much damage you take. So that's how hitting works for most stuff. A lot of your spells, especially probably some of Cat's spells, will have similar things like that, where you're rolling to see if you hit. Like Firebolt, the spell, the cantrip Firebolt, will have a to hit roll. But not all spells do, so it's good to keep that in mind. So that's the typical structure of an attack. Once I say you do hit, then you roll the one beside it, which is your damage roll. Now that's adding your modifiers from your big stats. So it's rolling a specific dice value. Now the weapon decides that dice that it's rolling. So for example, Boomy's Great Axe gets a d12. And then adds that strength for a +2. So when you click that, Boomy, it will do 1d12, so whatever you roll in the d12, +2 damage to the enemy. And so you can make those rolls on your own. When I tell you hit, make the roll. You'll see a little symbol beside that damage, and that will detail what damage type you're dealing. So a Great Axe deals slashing damage because you're slashing with a big axe. Just punching somebody would be bludgeoning damage because it's a blunt instrument. Spells have a lot of elemental ones, so fire damage and ice damage, like cold damage, lightning damage, radiant for holy spells, necrotic for necromancy and stuff like that. And so it's a good idea to kind of keep in mind what damage types you're doing, because sometimes I might say that let's say you dealt 6 damage to a foe, and I go, actually, you only dealt 3. You dealt half of what you thought you did. That's probably because an enemy has resistance to it. So let's say you came across a giant fire elemental and you cast a fire spell at it. It might not be very effective, right? So it might be immune to it, in which it would do no damage. It might have resistance to it, in which it does half damage. I also like to sometimes give the trait of you deal that type of damage to it and it heals the monster, so keep that in mind.
Oh no.
But things like that, so it's a good idea to kind of diversify your damage types, especially for spellcasters. It's fun to make like a spellcaster who does all fire damage, but then you come across the enemy who is immune to fire damage, and you're like, oh, wait. So sometimes you like to kind of mix those up, but for the most part, you'll be fine. So if you ever hear me say the type of damage, it doesn't really change how much you're saying. So if I say you took 6 points of slashing damage, you took 6 points. But it's a good idea to remember what's happening with those damage types, because you might have resistances. For example, Boomy, when your character rages, you gain resistance to all the physical damage types. So when you're in a fit of rage, someone who comes at you with a sword is only doing half damage.
I see. I'm writing that down.
Because getting angry and raging out, if you read your rage description within your character sheet, it'll describe all that for you too. But raging out gives you all those resistances because that's what you're expected to do as a barbarian. You're getting so mad that you just stop caring about getting hurt.
Love it.
So that's why it's important to remember what kind of damage types the enemies are doing. I'll try to remind you, but it's a good idea to remember that you're not taking as much damage from certain things. But if someone casts Firebolt at you, then they'd be doing full damage, because you didn't have resistance to it. So resistances are based on damage types. That's all you need to know that for. Hovering over it on the little icon next to the damage, like that little sword on slashing, or the little what is it? The little hammer for bludgeoning. It'll just tell you what it is if you don't know what the icons are. So that is your basic attack structure. It works the same if you're doing daggers. Daggers do piercing damage, and they're 1d4. And so, but the structure is the same. Okay, so that covers that. That is the general attacking mode. If you are a kind of more martial class, we tend to call them, the ones that are doing like weapons and physical fighting, not casting magic spells and stuff, then that's all you really need to know about attacking, because you're going to be doing a lot of that. You'll have things that supplement them and make them better and all sorts of class abilities, but the general, I want to hit something with my weapon, that's how it works. But some classes have spells. So this is where I'll switch over from talking more about martial stuff to talking about stuff that will interest Kat and Lola. So I'm going to take a look at Kat's character sheet here. So, some classes will have the ability to cast spells. Certain races also have innate spellcasting abilities, like elves, but it's mostly driven by your class. Spells are all separated into spell levels. A spell level dictates what resource it uses to cast it. As a spellcaster, you have a set amount of spell slots, you'll hear them called, for each level of spell that you are able to cast, and that changes as you level up. For example, casting a level 1 spell will consume a level 1 spell slot, and those numbers correspond across the board. When you run out of spell slots for that level, you can't cast that level of spell until you get them back, which is usually a long rest. When you run out of spell slots, there are some classes that get different things, but I don't think nobody's a wizard here, so you probably won't have to worry about that. As you level up your character, you will gain more access to different spells, higher level spells, and more spell slots. The very lowest level of spell, below level 1 even, is called a cantrip. You will have heard that term thrown around before if you're familiar with D&D. And they're basically spells that you can cast without consuming any spell slots. They are at will, is what it's called. And so without any fear of running out of spell slots, you can cast them whenever. They're free. And so often it's a good idea to have ones that you can use for a lot of purposes so that you have a lot of access to interesting things you can do without consuming your spell slots for the day, right? It's also a very good idea to always have at least one of your cantrips as a damage spell, something that deals damage. All spells have casting times, but I think to give you guys an example so that you can see it on your character sheets, because I think both of you won't have picked anything yet. In that big box in the bottom right, the one that has everything in it, action, spells, inventory, features, and traits, all that stuff, in the spells tab, if you go to that, at Letty and Boomy, you won't have this tab at all. So you can disregard this part, but if you go over to that tab, this is where all your spells will be. So this will be the big long list of everything you can do with magic. But right now you don't have any because you haven't picked any. But to explain how to pick them on D&D Beyond specifically, if you go to the Manage Spells button along the right there. Everybody find it? Except for, sorry, Boomy and Letty.
Yeah.
That will pop up your spell list. So this is where you add stuff. If you get access to more things, this is where you're gonna go. As soon as you level up, you want to go back to this tab. So if you open the drop-down menu of Add Spells, it will bring up all the spells you can learn at your level. At the very top, it'll say cantrips. I'm speaking specifically about Kat's sheet. It says cantrips 0 out of 2 and known spells 0 out of 2. So that means at level 1, which you are right now, you can learn 2 cantrips from the list and 2 known 2 spells. So leveled spells, we call them.
Oh.
And so in brackets along that big long list, it'll tell you what they are. All those ones that say cantrip next to them are cantrips. All those ones that say first are first level spells. So you can pick, at first level, you can pick 2 first level spells and 2 cantrips, and that'll be what you can select from. Clicking the spell will open up a big a list of all these things. It'll describe it all for you. So let's all look at the same one. Is there one that you guys both have in common? I wonder. Let me take a peek. Lolo, have you found the spell list and all that? You good?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
good.
Let me see. Which do you guys both have? You both have create bonfire, so we're gonna use that one. Okay. So find create bonfire and expand it. So that'll show you a bunch of the details that your spellcasting class can reference. The casting time is very important. Actually, right now, both of you guys click learn. That way we can have it show up. You can undo this later, but just click learn. Okay, so that'll add it to your spell list. So the casting time is what thing during your turn it uses to cast. So an action, a bonus action, or a reaction. So it's important to remember those so that you can know everything that you can do on your turn, right? A lot of spells will just be actions, but you should look for the ones that are 1 BA or 1 R, because those are bonus and reaction. So create bonfire, for example, is a spell that uses your action to cast. It has a range of 60 feet versus 5 feet, but that's because it is a box. So it casts a 5-foot square of a bonfire on the ground at any point within 60 feet is what that's describing. The next one is what components it needs to cast. It uses all these just initials for that, like V and S, as you can see. That's verbal and somatic. For the most part, you won't need to care about those kinds of things. Verbal means you're speaking something to cast that spell. So consider the fact that maybe if somebody had tied your party up and they had bound your mouth so that you can't talk, then you couldn't cast that spell. But the amount of situations that that's going to come up in, probably relatively tiny, so it's good to know about it, but you don't have to have that memorized. Somatic is doing something with your hands. So it requires a motion. So again, if your hands were tied behind your back, probably couldn't cast that spell. The duration of this spell is how long it lasts. A lot of them will just be like an instantaneous thing. So let's say you shot a bolt of fire at somebody. That would just be a one-time thing. It doesn't have a duration. But this one is a bonfire that you create on the ground. So it lasts for up to a minute as long as you maintain something called concentration. And concentration is something that basically means that you as a character are focusing on that spell right now. And so it can be interrupted, which means that if your concentration is interrupted, it ends that spell. So for example, if I was trying to cast a bonfire on the ground and I was focusing on it and then Boomy came up to me and just smacked me with her great axe, that might distract me a little bit. And so I would have to make a Constitution saving throw, which would determine whether or not I held on to my concentration. If I failed to maintain it, I would lose concentration and that bonfire would disappear. So that's how concentration spells work. But if it doesn't have a C next to it like that, see how create bonfire has a little diamond with a C?
Mm-hmm.
That means it's a concentration spell. If it doesn't have that, don't worry about concentration.
Ooh,
Lots of druid spells will have concentration, so it's good for you to know about that, Lolo.
Okay.
So these are things that you want to do kind of like over long term. Maybe you're trying to charm a bunch of people and you don't want, like, things like that. So things that carry across multiple turns. Another thing that will interrupt, in addition to just taking any damage, when you take damage, you make a Constitution saving throw, and then you have to beat a 10. If you beat a 10, then you keep it. If you don't beat a 10, then you lose it.
Sorry.
That was funny. Another thing that will interrupt your concentration is casting. Another thing that will interrupt your concentration is people talking in the background. No, I'm just kidding. Is casting another concentration spell. So while you're holding concentration, you can cast any other spell except one that requires concentration. So that's why it's important for Lolo to remember that, because druid spells have a lot of concentration stuff. So keep in mind that you might lose some of your spell effects if you're casting other concentration spells. You can only have concentration of one spell at a time. So if you cast a new one that also requires concentration, the old effects will drop and the new ones will come into play. Other than that, if it doesn't have a C next to it, you can cast them at the same time. So one turn, if you're holding concentration on your bonfire, then next turn rolls around, you can do a different spell as long as it doesn't cast concentration, and that bonfire stays there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you'll notice spells like this are a little bit different. They don't have that to hit roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they have an attack save box there, right? So if it was a to hit roll, like let's say you were shooting a firebolt at somebody, then it would just have that standard modifier to see if you hit, and then the damage to see how much damage you do. But this is one that requires a saving throw. Now these are useful because they bypass AC. They don't use AC as their modifier as whether or not they hit. Instead, they force the enemy to make a saving throw. And what that is it will depend on what kind of spell it is. So for example, create bonfire forces the enemy, like let's say you wanted to light a bonfire at somebody's feet, that would cause them to make a dexterity saving throw. Now you guys have saving throws too along the left side of your character sheets. That little box of where it says saving throws on the left. So I might be asking you to make them too. And so that's where they would make a roll and they would have to beat your save DC. They'd have to meet or beat it. So for example, Cat's save DC is a 13 and that will go up as you level up. And the higher you're pumping your charisma Cat, the higher your save DC goes. And you want that to be high because then they're going to fail to save on your spells, right?
Always on the second screen.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
So spells that require saving throws are good because they don't take into account range either. In regards to someone being right up in your face. If someone is right up in your face and you're trying to make a ranged attack, by right up in your face, I mean they are 5 feet, like they're in the box next to you. Then you'll make those attacks with disadvantage because they are right there. So if you're trying to shoot a bow at somebody who is standing next to you, you'll make it with disadvantage because it's harder to hit something that's that close to you. They'll be interfering with it. Same goes for spells, but if they're making a saving throw, that doesn't matter if they're up close. So that's another thing that saving throws can help with. So it's just important to know what your save DC is, which it lists at the top of your spell thing. That is true, Tasty. Saving throw spells can't crit. So that is the other downside. But we'll get to crits later. So those are our spellcasters. In your spell section, you'll see +3 modifier, or whatever yours is. Lolo's yours is +2. You'll have a modifier, a spell attack, and a save DC box there, right? Those are basically your important things. If I ever ask them, they'll be there. But your spell attack is just when you're rolling to hit, that's what that's going to be. So, for example, Cat, when you're rolling to see if you hit with a spell, it's going to be adding +5 to your roll. When you're making a saving throw, they have to beat a 13. So that's where they are. But it'll list them along the spell too. If you look down at Create Bonfire in your spell list, it'll say Dex 13 because that's a dexterity saving throw that has to beat a 13. And then once you hit with them, then the effects come into place. And so that's where you'll roll the damage as normal. So that's how some spells differ. So it's a good idea you'll get a general sense as you play of which of your spells require which type of roll, but that's the other type. But a lot of spells will just be your standard one. Okay, let's focus on spells again. Where did we leave off? So as you can see in your spell list itself here, Create Bonfire has a time of 1A, which is 1 action, right? And every spell will have something like that. Bonus action, reaction, and things like this. Spells have an additional little bit of a limit to it. So you couldn't cast 2 spells that have 1 action. You'd have to cast something that has a bonus action and something that has an action. But there's an additional little limiter on spells where you can't cast 2 leveled spells on 1 turn. So even if it was a bonus action and an action, if they were both leveled spells, you couldn't do it. You can only cast 2 technically spells on a turn if one of them is a cantrip and one of them is a leveled spell, or and they are an action and bonus action respectively. So it's an additional little thing to keep in mind, but I'll remind you of it. So if you forget it, don't worry. Okay, we have covered spell saves. There's other minor details to spellcasting, and every spell is different, so there's a bunch to learn. You'll get used to the ones you have. At the very beginning, you might feel like you have a bunch of things that you can't remember. Don't worry about it. That's what being a spellcaster is all about. Just pick the things that interest you, and you can change them up later. And you'll get to know them all. So back to general for everybody, not just talking about spells anymore, but when it is not your turn, when somebody else is taking their turn, you're still allowed to do some things. You're not just like sitting there silent. When it's not your turn, you can of course talk out of character. If one of your party members isn't sure of what to do and you guys want to strategize, that's perfectly allowed. Don't worry. You can strategize and talk about what you think the boss is going to do, or things like that, or what you want to do next in the encounter. You can talk out of character. You can also talk in character. Just talking out loud to your fellow party members in character, or to the enemy even. Maybe you want to yell at them that you mean them no harm in the middle of combat. That's all allowed. That's free. It doesn't take actions, reactions, or bonus actions. You can just talk. It's just talking. So don't worry about any of that. You can talk when it's not your turn. You can also use that reaction that I've been talking about to do something in between your turns. You only get one reaction in between each of your turns, so you will have to use it purposefully. Once you use your reaction, you can't use it again until the end of your next turn. But the most common one, why I'll bring it up, the most common one is the attack of opportunity. That is something that you probably have heard a lot if you've heard anything about D&D. And it's the most common use of your reaction. And basically what that means is when an enemy is within reach of a melee weapon, which usually is about 5 feet, and they move outside that range, let's say an enemy is right in front of Boomy and it tries to run away from her. And it's not Boomy's turn, it's the enemy's turn because he's running away. You could use your reaction to make a melee weapon attack as your reaction. That would be your attack of opportunity. You use the opportunity of him running away to strike him. But let's say 2 enemies were right next to Boomy. The first one you attack, and then it rolls around to the next one's turn, and he tries to run away too. You've already used your reaction, so you can't do it again. Does that make sense?
Yes.
For the most part, things that are like ranged and stuff like that, they don't operate under opportunity attacks. Otherwise, they'd be a little bit strong. It's more for when somebody's right up against you and they run away. You can choose to do that. But keep in mind, enemies will do that to you too. So if you're a spellcaster who wants to get some distance in between you and somebody who's right up against you, and you try to run away on your turn, an enemy might use their reaction to attack you. So keep that in mind. Enemies get all the same things that you guys do. Some spells also use reactions, so read the spell description to learn what triggers that specific reaction. For example, there's a spell like Shield that you would use in reaction to somebody attacking you that would boost your AC. So it's good to know what kind of spells you have and what they take and when you can use them. Lastly, you may have some things done to your character or that you may have innately that will impact your abilities within combat. And these will always be shown in the defenses and conditions boxes on your character sheets. So, if you scroll up to the top of your character sheet and you look at just below your hit points with the health in the top right, there's defenses and conditions. Does everybody see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can anybody not find it? Or are we all good?
I see it. I see it.
So for the most part, defenses will be things that are benefiting you, and conditions will be things that are harming you or putting a damper on your abilities. Good on the left, bad on the right. The defenses box will contain all the resistances you have, For example, tieflings are just by default resistant to fire damage as one of their racial abilities. And so that's where if you gain something, like let's say you found a magic item that gave you resistance to cold damage, then it would add it to that box so you can remember. So that's where you can find things that you are resistant to, so you can remember what elements and stuff, or what damage types you're good against. The box on the right is the conditions box. So the standard status effects that you know from every RPG in the world, poisoned and paralyzed and things, right? That's where they'll go. So let's say a snake bit you in combat, and I said that it poisoned you. That would be where you would find that. If you click inside those boxes, particularly the conditions one, if you click where it says add active conditions, it will pull up a sidebar that shows every condition in D&D 5e. They're drop-down menus, so you can click them to expand them and read more about them. And then there's also a little toggle button next to it that will turn red. So if I ever tell you, Boomy, you've been poisoned, then you would go to that menu. I can do it for you too. But if you want to do it, you can go to this menu and add that you're poisoned.
Okay.
This is also... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. I guess it would be like automatically toggled and stuff too. Manually, sorry. Manually toggled.
Yes, so you guys do the manual toggles. I can do them too. I often will. But like, if I tell you that you got poisoned, it will just be whoever gets there first, because I'll have your character sheets pulled up. So if you get there first and you already do it, then I don't need to. But it's just we can both access it. But what's really useful for you guys is it's a reference sheet. So if I say you're poisoned, Boomy, then you can pull that up, even if you didn't have to click it on yourself, because I already did that. You pull up that sheet and go, wait, what's poison do again? Oh, a poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Poison sucks in D&D. And so it's a really handy reference sheet for you guys. The one at the bottom that's different is exhaustion. Boomy, if you do decide to go berserker, you'll want to remember that one. But if you don't go berserker, then you're all good. Because that one is exhaustion. Exhaustion is just how tired your character's getting. For the most part, exhaustion won't affect you a lot unless certain things happen. But if you guys for some reason decided to go like multiple days without long resting, I would be giving you points of exhaustion. But it's a scale, so you gain. If you click it to expand it, it'll show you all of them. But basically, you gain 1 point, then you gain 2 points, and as it goes up, if you reach 6 points of exhaustion, you're just dead. So it's good to keep in mind kind of what some conditions do, but by no means do you need to have these memorized. I often forget them, so I sometimes need to refresh my own memory on them. So that's where you can find them if you ever forget what something does, and I tell you, oh, you got poisoned, then go find it there. All in all, combat is a little bit complex when you're first getting started, or if you're rusty or whatever. So when in doubt, just ask me. I will never be annoyed at a question, even if it's like the 17th time that you asked it. I don't care. So just ask the question. If you're unsure of something, I'd prefer that you ask than just guess. So feel free to ask any questions you have, even if you feel like, oh, I should probably know this. Who cares? Just ask, and we'll smooth it out. D&D has a lot of rules. I do not expect you to remember them all. I do not remember them all, so I would be a hypocrite if I expected you guys to. I guess the only other thing to talk about in regards to rolls is advantage and disadvantage and crits. These are kind of pretty common concepts used in a lot of these games, so you might already be familiar with them, but advantage and disadvantage are things that are basically applied to a roll that make you more likely or less likely to succeed. So if I tell you that you're going to make an athletics check, but you guys have done something to give yourself a bit of an edge and give yourself an advantage, then I'll say make that check with advantage. What that means is that you are going to roll it twice and take the higher result. So that makes you more likely to succeed because you have a better chance of getting a better number because you're picking whichever one is higher of the two. If I likewise tell you that you're rolling it with disadvantage, then you're rolling twice and taking the lower number. So it's more likely that you get a worse result.
Okay.
So advantage and disadvantage work just exactly like that. So it's always rolling twice, and you'll take either the higher if you have advantage or the lower if you have disadvantage. If for some reason you've given one of your abilities gives you advantage on a roll, but I have some other factor going on in a fight that is giving you disadvantage, they cancel each other out. So you would just make a normal roll. You can't get double advantage or double disadvantage. It's just one or the other.
Okay, makes sense.
So that's how advantage and disadvantage work. They happen a lot. Oftentimes, you guys can kind of grant yourself them by doing clever things. Let's say you're trying to deceive somebody about something, but you're telling a lie about something that you learned from their backstory that you know that lie will appeal to them. It's something that they'll want to believe. I might give you advantage because you did something smart there. So that'll often come up a lot just by you guys interacting with the world. You might grant yourself advantage on something. Or if I think that you've kind of sabotaged your own effort, I might give you disadvantage. Like, let's say you're trying to persuade a guy who hates you, and you've made him hate you somehow, and he just despises your very being, and you're trying to persuade him. He's probably not going to want to do what you tell him to do. So
I feel like that's gonna be
it
me.
might give you disadvantage. So it just kind of applies. Things that you do will kind of affect things like that, and I use those to kind of modify stuff. The other concept that will come up that is often talked about a ton in D&D and 5e is the crit.
Mhm.
So a crit occurs when you are rolling the d20, so the 20-sided dice, and you get a 20 on the dice itself. It's called a natural 20, right? So it's not a 20 that you got with your modifier. So you didn't roll an 18 and then +2 gave you a 20. You rolled an actual 20 on the dice itself. So if you had a +2, that'd be a 22.
Mhm.
So it's a natural 20 is a crit. The way that crit comes up is in your to hit rolls. So if you're rolling to see if you hit somebody and you roll a natural 20, that is a critical hit. And so if you hear anybody talking about crits, that's what they mean. Nat 20s on hit rolls are really good because they let you roll an extra of your damage dice in addition to the one that you're already rolling. So if we take Boomy, for example, and let's say, Boomy, you rolled to hit somebody with your great axe, right?
Mhm.
Then you got a 24, which means that you rolled a nat 20 plus 4, right? That
Mhm.
would be a crit for you, and so you would roll 2d12. Add them together, then add your +2. That would be your crit. So you'd have a chance to do double the amount of damage on that turn. Or on that attack.
So I'll roll my damage twice for getting a crit.
You can actually just, I think, if you roll a crit in D&D Beyond, it will apply it for you.
Oh, okay.
I believe. If it doesn't do it, we'll make sure it does because we can monitor the rolls, but it usually does it. Another part of the crit is that no matter what the enemy's AC is, you always hit them with a crit.
Oh.
Chances are, if it's a crit, it's probably high enough to hit anyways, but it will always hit if you crit. And you get that second dice to roll in addition. So it's a chance to do a lot more damage on a crit. So crits are a very good thing for you guys. You can also technically crit by rolling a nat 20 on a skill check. And usually that means you succeed at the task. Of course, there will be certain things that are impossible, but I always try to reflect a nat 20 in a skill check in some sort of interesting way. So like a nat 20 on an acrobatics check, you'd be looking like Cirque du Soleil out there, right? But some things will certainly be impossible. Like you can't just, I want to roll to levitate up to a ledge. It's like, well, even if you get a nat 20, you can't fly.
Mhm.
Or let's say you wanted to roll a persuasion roll to convince the king to give you his entire kingdom and make you king. Even if you rolled a 20, he's not going to do it. There's just no way for that to happen, right? And so what the 20 would maybe reflect is that the king appreciates your sense of humor, and he likes you because of that. So even though you rolled your 20, it's not an instant success on anything you're trying in a skill check. So the crit more applies to the combat part of it rather than the skills, but it usually means you succeed no matter what. So a 20 is good no matter what. But it doesn't mean instant success on skill checks, so just keep that in mind.
Okay.
On the inverted side of it is the nat 1, which is the one thing that you never want to happen. That's when you're rolling any sort of d20 and you get a nat 1. So even if you have a modifier, no matter what that modifier is, a nat 1 will always miss. So even if the enemy only had like 2 AC for some reason, if you rolled a nat 1 but you had a +5 to hit, you still missed. Because that's just how nat 1s work, similar to how nat 20s always hit. Oftentimes, a lot of DMs will make nat 1s punishing in some sort of way. We lost somebody. Might just be someone had to take care of something. Lolo might be taking care of something, so hopefully they will be back. But, oh, there we go.
My Discord was being mad because I wasn't interacting.
Very well.
Oh.
Yeah, you went into AFK.
Okay, it's all good.
He's still there.
I was just wondering what was going on, but it's all good. So, oftentimes DMs will make nat 1s punishing. If you roll a nat 1 on something, they might make it might make you screw up extra hard at that task. Sometimes it might involve you taking some damage or something like that. I try not to make them overly punishing. I try to make them funny and interesting. So oftentimes, if you're trying to do something ridiculous, I might say, if you nat 1, there will be a consequence and I'll make you roll. That's just me entertaining myself. We've had lots of people have interesting things happen. What was the really good one? Oh, I forget. There's a really good one that happened, but it's slipping away. It was in Class of Crows. But things like that are just entertainment. I try not to make them overly punishing, but if you're just attacking someone and you roll a nat 1, it's not like your weapon breaks and something like that. But I don't like to punish the players for trying to have fun. So yeah, that's how nat 20s and nat 1s work. They're the two opposite sides of the spectrum. You want the 20s, you don't want the 1s. Unless you're a divination wizard like myself, then 1s are all good. So we have covered most of the important things. There's a couple more boxes that you've noticed we haven't talked about. The saving throws section there. If I ever ask you to make a saving throw, like let's say someone casts a spell on you, and I say make a wisdom saving throw, you make the roll from there. That's that box on the left. For a lot of the time, that number will be higher than the one you have at the top because other modifiers are in play there. So if you're making a saving throw, you probably want to be using that box, so don't accidentally use the other one. It also lists anything that you might have in regards to specific abilities. So advantage against being charmed or frightened for Duja. So if you have little extra modifiers, it will give you things there. The box below that one in your senses, anything that says passive next to it, that passive perception, passive investigation, and passive insight, for the most part, you guys can ignore them because they're for me. Passive perception, for example, would be like if you guys were sneaking around and you were trying to sneak past some enemies, or let's say enemies were trying to sneak past you in the inverse. Sorry. If you guys were just hanging out at a campfire or something and enemies were trying to sneak up on you, I would make stealth rolls for the enemies, and then I wouldn't even tell you guys at all. I would only tell you if they failed to pass your passive perception. So this is how I would use those numbers to basically do stuff without you knowing. Because it doesn't make any sense for me to have things be stealthy if I'm forcing you guys to make rolls, because then you know something's happening, right? So that section's for me. But the only thing in that box that you probably care about is you might have some additional sense types. Let's see who has any. Do any of you have any? Ooh, I don't think any of you have dark vision.
I don't
Interesting.
think so.
Oh
Okay.
no.
No.
If you had something, then that's where we go. That's actually something very good that you guys should know. Maybe consider someone taking a spell that creates light and or
Yes,
buying
please.
items that create light and remembering to use them. Because low light situations can be hard because they impact your ability to hit things. So if you did have anything that affected that, that's where it would go. Some things have tremor sense and blind sight and stuff like that, but that's where it would go. The box below that is basically a box of things that you're good at, things that you should be using. Those are your proficiencies and your languages. Armor tells you the kinds of armor types that you're meant to be wearing. For spellcasters, it'll be kind of like light armor stuff. Heavier armor for more heavy classes. So anytime you're looking at your inventory, it'll give you that type within the armor itself. It'll tell you what type of armor it is. And so if you have proficiency with that, then you don't get any negative effects from wearing them. The weapons that you're good at using, the ones that you should be using are in the category under weapons. If you see simple weapons, that's basically just like daggers and all sorts of stuff that don't require expert training. I think our Barbarian will be the only one with martial weapons, but the rest of you will have specific things that you're good at using based on your class. Some race ones have additional ones, but it's mostly based on class. So these are just kind of items that you'd probably be interested in using, the ones that you'll be best at using. So if you're trying to think of like, oh, you're at a blacksmith and you want to buy an item to use in combat, these are the ones that you probably want to be looking for, because those are the ones you'll be best at using. Under your tools is a list of things that you're capable of using in a general sense of tools. So that can be things like herbalism kits, musical instruments, playing cards,
Playing cards.
thieves' tools for thieves. Thieves' tools are a really, really good one. If you find something that is locked, like just like a padlock or anything like that, the thieves' tools will let you lockpick them. You can pull that up, or even just it might be. Hang on, I forget if it adds it to your inventory. Yes, it's in your inventory too, Letty. If you want to read everything that a thieves' tools set includes, which is a lot of things, or if you ever forget, you can go back and reference it in your inventory, because it's a lot of things. It has small files for filing down bars, lock picks, small mirrors on handles, scissors, pliers, all sorts of things like that. So it's for disarming traps and for opening locks. That's what rogues are best at. They get thieves' tools.
Oh.
So anything that you can use, it goes in that section. The one below it are the languages that you speak, read, and write. So for the most part, most people that you come across will be speaking a language called Common. And that is basically like English, and almost everybody speaks it. And if I walk up to you and I'm talking to you, I am probably talking in Common. Unless I specify otherwise, assume that it's Common. I will tell you if somebody's speaking Elvish or something like that, but pretty much always assume that Common is being used, unless otherwise specified. If you guys want to shift language, tell me, otherwise I will assume you're always talking in common. Shifting languages can be useful because, let's say, some of you speak the same language. For example, I think both Kat and Lolo speak Sylvan. Let's say someone around you knew didn't speak Sylvan, but you wanted to communicate and tell each other something that you didn't want them to know. You could flip languages. So it's a good idea to know what languages you speak.
Sylvan?
So that'll be listed there. Everybody speaks common, so I'll assume you're doing that. But certain languages will be more useful. Ultimately, languages are not vitally important. They're just for flavor. Rogues also get an additional one called Thieves' Cant, which a lot of kind of scoundrel types will be using as ways of like informing each other that they are on the darker side of the law. So keep that in mind as a rogue, Letty. You speak you speak Thieves' Cant. You speak their language, so it's a good thing to keep in mind. I think there's another one. You also speak Druidic as a druid, so that's another additional language you get from your class. And that covers the entire character sheet. I think the only thing we haven't talked about is at the top. In that kind of gray bar along the top, where it says the campaign and your character name and all that, there's two buttons called Short Rest and Long Rest. Now, it's important when you're playing D&D to consider when you're adventuring, what to do when you start to run short on your ability resources or your health and various things like that. And so D&D uses things called short rests and long rests to help you guys with that. A short rest is essentially you guys taking the time to sit and rest for approximately an hour. There's a bit of wiggle room. So that could be just like resting at a tavern around a table for an hour. Or it could just be you sit down at the base of a bunch of trees and hang out. But it's generally around an hour of just kind of hanging out. During that rest, you can do small tasks that don't require a ton of complex effort. So you could do something like reading a book or examining an item that you picked up. Things like that. Or having conversations too. I often always ask that. You can also, during short rests, use something called your hit dice. So if each of you click that short rest button, it'll pop up the sidebar.
Ooh.
So as you level up, you will get more hit dice, and your hit dice are based on what class you are. And so when you take a short rest, you have an option to use them. You do not have to use them when you short rest. And you can use as many of them as you want. Some of you might only have just one right now at level 1. You might all have that. But for example, as a barbarian, Boomy has a D12 as her hit dice versus the D8 that a warlock would. So the hardier, kind of tougher classes heal more off their hit dice. But what a hit dice does is, when you short rest, you can choose to use it. And when you use it, you roll that amount that it says there. And then you add that back to your health. So it's a way of recovering your health as you rest. So that would be kind of, if you imagine, like you sit down to rest and you bandage up some of your wounds.
Okay.
So that's a way where, let's say you're injured, but you don't want to spend an entire night sleeping, and you don't want to waste a bunch of resources using all your heals and stuff like that, or drinking health potions. You could just rest for an hour, use your hit dice, get some health back, and get going. As you level up, you'll get more of them, in which case you can use a bunch of them all at once. It's up to you how many you use. Just roll as many as you think you need, then add them back. In contrast to that, if you go back and click the long rest button, I will describe it there if you ever forget what it is, but a long rest is you guys resting for longer periods of time, so essentially mostly used for sleeping at night. Long rests take approximately Usually they're the nighttime, so it's around 8 hours, but they don't necessarily need to be that time. Long rest replenishes all of your hit points,
Kind of doing your own thing in the background.
all of your spell slots, and all of your hit dice, as well as any other resources based on your class. For example, sorcerers sorcery points, monks key points, druids wild shape points, and all sorts of things. So you'll get all your stuff back and start anew when you sleep for the night. There's certain things that don't carry over, but you don't need to know all those right now. That'll just come up if it comes up. So essentially, sleeping for the night is a good way to get all your stuff back. So if you're at the end of your rope, if you're worn out and beaten up, it's probably a good time to think about finding a safe place to camp for the night. And that is pretty much everything you need to know.
I like it.
Those boxes handle it for you. So make sure that you're doing that. If you ever see something not changing, you can refresh your character sheet and things like that. But it should handle them for you. It's more me that needs to refresh them.
Yeah, the last time, because I never played D&D, but I made a character with the intention of playing, and we printed out a worksheet and wrote it all out on there.
Yeah, so D&D Beyond will make your life a hell of a lot easier. And so I like to use it, especially for new groups, because it organizes everything and lets you do all the rolls through it. It lets you pop up all those boxes to refresh your memory. It lets you, before a session, you can go back and read all your spells all in one place. It's just super handy. So I do really love to use it.
I'm gonna have to tell my friend and be like, hey, I don't know if you know about this, but
yeah, it's a super handy tool. So that is essentially a quick 101 on D&D 5e. It was a ton of information, and I'm very aware of that. So if you forget all of it tomorrow, that's okay. When we get started in the campaign, you will have lots of time to adjust and learn everything in a practical sense, and you'll get used to it. It's pretty intuitive, so I have no doubt that all of you will figure it out.
I'm very excited.
I have one more resource that I like to use that is pretty handy. I'm gonna message it to you guys in the Dreamwalker chat, so you can pull it up, and then I'm gonna put it up on stream. Think of this like a cheat sheet.
Oh.
One sec, chat.
This is nice.
So that's another tab you can have open if you want while we're playing. And whenever it's like not your turn or you're just not talking or something, if you ever forget something, then check out this cheat sheet here. It's super, super handy. If you click them, it pops up a box to let you read more about it. But it breaks everything down as to all the things you can do. It's mostly for combat, but some other stuff is useful too. So basically, for example, it lists all these different things you can do with your movement. So moving is, every box you move is 5 feet. You can stand up if you've been knocked prone. If you're lying on the ground, standing up costs half of your movement speed. So it lists off all these handy things that you can do during your turn. There's all these boxes for things that use actions: attacking, disengaging, using your shields, searching and casting spells, bonus actions, reactions. It lists all the conditions here too, if you ever want to find them here. And then at the bottom, there's some environmental effects like lightly obscured vision, or bright light and dim light and pure darkness. If you click them again, it pops up the whole thing. So for example, you can read about dim light and what that does. You can read about cover and stuff like that. So let's say there was a wall that you duck down behind, right? That would give you an extra bonus to your AC if you're ducking down behind cover. So there's all sorts of things. If you're ever like, what else can I do in combat? This is an excellent cheat sheet. So feel free to use it. I like to provide that resource for everybody so that they have it.
Yeah, thank you.
What
So yeah.
does 10 feet per 5 feet mean?
Basically what it means, every 5 feet you're moving, when you're climbing something, or if you're swimming, or if you're doing something like that, it's costing 10 feet per 5 So it's harder to climb something in it than it is to just walk, right?
Okay.
So you'd be able to not climb as far as you could walk because it's more difficult.
Mm.
So that's kind of what that means. If you ever need clarifications, feel free to ask. But yeah, those are all the different things you can do. But we'll get more into them as we go. It includes things like dashing, like I described, the dodge action, disengaging to avoid opportunity attacks, all sorts of things like that. So you can just kind of scan through this beforehand if you want, or use it as a cheat sheet during. But it's an excellent reference, so feel free to use that. All right. I think that covers everything we needed to cover today. This has been a very long stream, so apologize if you guys are getting a little bit tired. But I think let's try and wrap up here, because it's now almost 4 hours. The typical session will be 3 hours. That's typically the time that I go for. But if there's ever a time crunch that you have that day or something like that, just let me know. We can do a 2-hour session. We can even do a 1-hour session if everybody's down. I'm here to fit your guys' schedule. Real life comes first, always. So if you have something important to do, never feel bad about canceling D&D. It happens. Real life will always come first. So let me know if anything changes. But for now, we will wrap up here. And I'll come back over to this other screen to hang out.
Yay!
Yay!
So excited.
So
Same. Thank you so much.
just to take care of some stuff, the actual campaign, because there was some busyness in the schedules in the next 2 weeks, that's why we did it on a Wednesday, but the actual campaign will be taking place on Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. So tune in then if you want to watch live. As we did it on a Wednesday this time just to make sure we got the session 0 in so they can start thinking about characters and doing all that stuff in the next couple weeks. The actual first session will be on April 2nd. It's a Saturday. And so that's when we'll start up. If anything changes and your schedule gets mixed up, just message me and we'll work it out. But for now, that's what we're pencil in. The 2nd at 8 p.m. Eastern. Will be when we officially start. But I'll be updating schedules and I'll be posting about it and making announcements about it. So if you forget, that's okay. So if you guys have anything that you want to update about any of the stuff you talked about with your characters, you can message me in our private chat. You can DM me directly on Discord. But we also now have a Dreamwalker chat in the Discord. So you can use that to talk about the campaign and stuff for everybody else to see. Other people can post in it too. It's where they can post theories about what they think is going on or moments that they liked and stuff like that. So it's a general chat. But if you have anything you want to switch up, let me know before we start. If you guys want to commission art and stuff like that, send it to me so I can make your tokens. Or if you want to draw your character yourself, you're totally fine by doing that too.
I just did a clover.
Oh yeah? Okay, hang on. Let me pull that up.
Where?
It's in the Dreamwalker.
Oh, that's so cute.
Can I show it?
I love
Do you
it.
mind if I show
Of
it?
course.
Adorable.
Of course.
He is a horse, of course.
There we go. There's a clover.
He's a clover.
So yeah, get me any art that
I
you want
love
to
it.
use for your character token. Get that to me before we start, and I'll make up your character tokens and assign you permission within the Dreamwalker Roll20 game. And if you are thinking of commissioning art and need artists, there are tons in the Discord. Scroll through the art channel in our Discord because there's tons of really good art in there, and a lot of them are all taking commissions. So if you're at a loss for who to find, feel free to take a look at that. But yeah, you're also welcome to draw it yourself if you have that capacity.
Oh, wonderful.
So yeah, get that to me and I'll make your tokens and we'll be ready to start.
Yay! I can't wait. I can't wait to see how our characters are going to interact and where the story will take us.
I'm really
Yeah.
excited. Oh, I would die
It's it will be a blast. So
It will. So
I'm certain
exciting.
you guys will have fun. I've had
I'm
a lot of fun
excited.
writing the campaign, so we can we'll wrap up here because it's 4 hours in, and I don't want to hold you
Yeah.
guys any longer.
Thank you so much for the tutorial.
Thank you for
Yes,
hanging out. It was a
for
lot
the
of fun.
lesson.
It's nice to
Yes.
finally chat with you guys, and I think this will be a fun group to DM for.
Thank you for the opportunity too. I feel so honored.
I know.
Same.
Yeah, same.
Well,
Perfect.
I
I
was
was
so shocked when you messaged.
I'm always
Same.
looking. I'm always looking for new players, and so I like to reach out to people. My goal was to reach out to try to make some all VTuber groups, and the all of us having purple was a complete accident. I didn't.
Yes.
Let's go.
Fun.
Purple
didn't-
gang.
I didn't attempt that on purpose.
Pupils.
I've reached out to a lot of people. You guys are the group that came together first based on availability. So there'll be more groups to come for some of the other people that I've
Excited.
reached out to. But this is just the one that assembled first, and so you guys got the pick of the litter, which was between Dreamwalker, Fox and Fang, and Hell or High Water. I predicted that you guys would
yeah.
pick Dreamwalker, and I was right. I figured whichever group went first would probably pick Dreamwalker, just because it's the most like instantly compelling from the summaries. So I'm happy that things came together, and I'm looking forward to starting. I'll do your quick shout outs now before we end. So in order, we'll do it from left to right. You guys can describe what you do on your channel. Give yourself a little shout out too. Here is Letty's link. Letty, you can tell us what you do.
Hi, I'm an undead kitsune. I do art and gaming in my channel, but mostly gaming. If you want to see more of me, you can just follow my Twitch. Thank you.
And the Twitter is there too. So next to the right, Lolo, you can give yourself a shout out. There's Lolo's links.
Hello, Lo. It's me, a Lolo. I play a variety of games, but mainly Dead by Daylight and Overwatch as of now. And I also do some art streams, and I post my art on my Twitter. If you want to go follow me, follow Lo.
Alrighty. Next down the line is Boomy. Here's Boomy's links.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bumi Mamana. I am 4V Live's resident dumbass. I'm a little bit. I play everything. I'm just really bad at games, so I guess my followers, they love me for my giggles and my inability to figure things out. Yeah, feel free to check me out on my Twitch, and I'll also have the links to 4V Live on there. So thank you.
And next is Kat. Here is Kat's links.
I'm Cat Planet Shine. I travel the galaxy to many different worlds and experience their stories, aka play lots of video games. I love a lot of RPGs, but I also play variety. So we have fun and just have a good old sparkly time over at my Twitch. So
Can confirm I've watched all their streams. They're all good. So go and watch them. Go follow all their Twitch channels and their Twitters. You will not regret it. So we'll do that. We'll do that again at the at the end of each of the streams, just so that everybody can know who's who. And I do also have a couple links. If you want to join our Discord, there's the link. It's not just for players; it's for anybody. So you can come and check out our shitpost meme channel, our art channel with a ton of really talented artists who are always posting crazy fan art from moments during campaigns, and it's all awesome stuff. So check that out. You can come and theory craft in the campaign channels, and find old clips and stuff. So feel free to join. It's for anybody. We're very welcoming. I promise. If anybody's mean to you, I will personally smite them. Yeah, all your memes are gonna get exposed, guys. So watch out. If you want to follow the schedules and all the updates. If I change stream times, follow my Twitter. That's where I post about anything that's upcoming and all that. I retweet stuff, and so check that out. If you ever miss a session, if you miss a stream or want to get caught up or go back and watch some old campaigns, I archive all the VODs on YouTube there. So go and check those out. If you ever want to know what happened last time because you missed it and you want to quick catch up before the next session, that's where you'll do it. If you want to learn more about the living world, I posted this link already earlier in the stream, but if you missed it, you can learn more about the Star of Lorien here on the Grand Lorien World Anvil page. It has the deities and the factions and the places. It has a bunch of maps. It has some characters as well. So if you're interested in getting more immersed in the world, the more that you read from that World Anvil, the more little references and Easter eggs you'll understand, and the more you'll know what the hell we're talking about. I'll probably be sending you for a couple links that you might want to read about certain pages that might involve your backstories. I'll probably be sending you Lolo, the Athar page, and things like that. So if I'm sending you links, that's what it involves, just so that you can get a little bit of a sense. You don't have to have it memorized, but it'll give you more context as to some of the stuff that your character might be involved in. Because every druid should know the god of nature, the Wildfire. And yeah, so I'll be messaging you guys some links. But if chat, you want to read all about it, there's your link. It's always expanding, and so have a look. Other than that, Dreamwalker will be occurring, as I said, on Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. But I also am currently running 2 other campaigns on this channel. So if you're new here and you don't know what those are, on Tuesdays is a campaign called Whispers in the Woods. They are champions on behalf of the Summer Court, the Fae leaders and the fair folk. And they're currently trying to stop this sort of poisonous corruption of black mold from spreading throughout the forests of the Fae. And they're in this old castle called the Briar Keep in the Feywild, and they're attempting to solve a bunch of puzzles in order to make their way. It's basically it's a Resident Evil castle, as they make their way through trying to find Beira in order to stop the black mold. The other so that is on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern every week, and then the other campaign is on Thursdays. So tomorrow, unless schedules change, which that happens with D&D. People have to cancel sometimes, and it's not the end of the world. But Seas of Sand tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern as well, are on a quest throughout the deserts. They are working as bodyguards on behalf of the Merchant Prince, a very rich owner of the largest trade company in the entire realm, the Golden Scales Trading Company. And on behalf of him, they're working as bodyguards for a perfume merchant and getting tied up in what appears to be Yuan Ti cultists as they work towards their nefarious means involving an ancient and forgotten god. But honestly, if you ask them, they probably wouldn't be able to tell you that summary. They're chaotic. I will warn you, if you come to a Seas of Sand session, they're chaotic. I'm not sure if they even know what's going on. But they're a lot of fun. So that's what goes on Thursdays. And yeah, those are our weeks for now. So starting up soon will be the 3rd campaign, all at once for Dreamwalker. That's all I have to add. I think we've covered everything. So unless you guys have anything to add, we can say goodnight.
Nothing for me. Thank you so much for
Nothing
the
for me
lesson
also.
today.
Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy teaching D&D. Hence,
Very, very informative,
hence
actually.
why I have adopted the headmaster persona.
I took so many notes. I felt like I was in class, but like in a good way, you know.
Most of the stuff that I summarized for you guys is all available on D&D Beyond for free in that new player guide section. So if you forget anything and you want to go back and read up, it's all available there. If you're in chat and you're like, what the hell was he talking about? That's where you can go and look. So check out all those resources and use those to your best ability. And if you forget something, it is not the end of the world. So, without further ado, we can wrap up for the night. So,
Perfect.
thank
you
you
so
all
much.
for joining me. Thank you all for agreeing to play with me. I'm very excited about starting up. Thank you, audience members. If you followed during this stream, thank you quite a bit. If you were watching during this stream, thank you a lot. I saw lots of new chatters, which is great. We got lots of new follows. There's a few people who donated subs in there. Thank you so much for all of that. This was a great time, and it will continue to be a great time once we actually kick off the campaign itself. I'm looking forward to it quite a bit. So thank you for stopping by, and I hope that you all have a very good night. Take care.
You too.
You
You too. Thank you.
Good
Thanks, everyone. Good night.